So since June 1st, free locks are 56 and 25.
I like that. That's more than doubling up your wins.
We're 43 and 22 in August.
That's good.
And 16 and 8 just last week.
That's unbelievable.
Lance.
And you can get that kind of play at lanceslock.com. And right now, at the Lance Taylor on Twitter, he'll send out a free play later on. It's brought to you every day by Adam, Chad, and the folks at Hemp Hill. Hemp Hill Services, the ones you can trust to fix it. Fix it right and fix it the first time, and they fix it at a fair price. For all your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name Birmingham's trusted since 1954. Hemp Hill Services. You can call them up, 205 229-2090, 229-2090, or just remember the name Hemp Hill. Bryce Young, Will Anderson, Eli Ricks, Jordan Battle, all on the first team AP All-American team. That announced earlier today. Florida, Utah officially a sellout. We've got some quarterbacks named starters, including John Rice Plumlee at UCF for Gus Malzahn, used to be at Ole Miss.
I'll tell you an interesting one because they catch a couple teams. Liberty named Jerry Bohannon. Or is it Jerry Bohannon, the transfer from Baylor?
Yeah.
Liberty name? Yeah. Interesting. That Liberty plays a couple teams. So keep an eye on Hugh Freeze and Liberty right
Something
there.
I missed. Do you guys know who the head coach at UConn is?
Randy Edsall, right?
Yeah. No. It's the guy who used to be at UCLA.
Yeah, Jim Moore.
Jim Moore Jr. Yeah. Oh,
I really didn't know that.
tough gig for
Mike
him.
Zimmer is at Jackson State as an
I
analyst.
learned that today.
That's the show today. We're back with you tomorrow. Typical Monday of a football week. Next Monday, we'll have a Nick Saban news
Heck
conference
yeah.
for you next Monday. That's always fun. Until then, we're ready for week 0 right here, and we'll see you tomorrow, 9 a.m. Central. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round hosts a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, presented by Redmont Vodka. LT has in-depth conversations with personalities like Clay Travis and Taylor Hicks. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple and Spotify. And remember to like and subscribe.
There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Summer weather is finally here. Make sure your air conditioner is ready for the Alabama heat. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the ones to call for all of your HVAC needs. Hemp Hill Services is a locally owned and operated independent train dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. Get the guys at Hemp Hill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to help you beat the Alabama heat this summer. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, do what I do. Call Hemp Hill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Live show now on a Tuesday. And I will never, ever, ever understand.
I thought you were about to play a game.
Yeah, never have I ever.
Never have I ever. I will never understand how people bet on NFL preseason football.
It really makes no sense.
I have no idea. Because I watched last night, and I'm like, I know the Jets are the Jets, but I'm watching, and I'm like, Marcus Mariota can do some things. Boy, Dennis Ritter continues to look impressive. Desmond Ritter continues to look impressive. It's 16-0 at the half. Wake up this morning, Jets win the thing.
I know.
I didn't bet on the game, but I would have felt good if I'd bet on the Falcons going to bed.
I had the Falcons last night. It was one of our 2 plays. I try to be transparent with the service. You guys know that.
Yes.
It's been a really good run. 0-2 last night. I had Scherzer, who gets banged up by the Yankees, and then I had the Falcons -2. And when I went to bed, it was 16-3. And so I talked to my partner with the website this morning. I said, what happened? And he said, Felipe Franks happened.
That's right.
And so I went back and looked at some of this. Felipe was like 2 of 8 for like 14 yards, sacked twice, gave up a scoop and score.
I watched the first half. And by the way, I watched the first half. I'm like, I can bait it into think this Falcons team might be a little better than we think.
Got him with the 31st pick in our draft last night.
That may not be a bad pick. I'm not sure that's the next to last team in the NFL this year based on – I think Arthur Smith's a pretty good coach.
Well, let me ask you this. Who do they have outside of – and I'll let you get to your point – outside of Kyle Pitts, though? I mean, as far as a playmaker.
That's a problem. I know. That's a problem.
Yeah, I mean, if Ridley was back, you would feel like, if Mariota just has one of these crazy revival years, then maybe they could be decent in what is such a weak division.
Don't they have, is it Cordell Patterson? He's sort of sort of a do-everything Deebo Samuels type?
Yeah, pretty much plays running back for him.
Yeah.
I was watching, though, and they had already played Desmond Ritter, which normally means he's done at halftime. When you put the guy in the second quarter, that normally means we're taking him out at halftime. And Steve Levy says, we'll see a lot of Felipe Franks in the second half. At quarterback, he's actually been getting reps at tight end for the Falcons.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, my God. They're about to play.
They're Tim Tebowing him up?
They're about to play a quarterback that they've been trying out at tight end. That ought to be interesting.
They should have hammered down on the Jets at halftime.
If you'd have heard that, you probably would have, right?
Well, I didn't know Chris Strevler was going to come in and play well for the Jets. I mean, again, you're right on preseason, and we've had pretty good runs in preseason, but, boy, it is a crapshoot sometimes.
Yeah, that's almost over with. One more week of the NFL exhibition season, then that season cranks up the Thursday after Labor Day, right? Still the Thursday after Labor Day for the National Football League. But I would imagine those of you that cheer for the Falcons, like our man Forrester, you got to feel at least pretty good with the way it's all looked so far this offseason for them.
Again, I think Arthur Smith's a good football coach. I'm with Lance. He's been hamstrung a little bit with personnel, but the guy was an excellent offensive coordinator. I love his story. This is a guy that if you don't know his story, you just assume he was born on third base and thought he hit a triple. He's been the exact opposite of that with his family history. This is a guy that could have had every advantage, and at least from what I can gather, he's never really taken advantage of that. He's worked his way up the ladder. And for those that don't know, his dad is the CEO of FedEx, Fred Smith. I don't know what his net worth is.
That's a lot.
A lot. The CEO of FedEx has done all right.
Enough for me to lay on the couch if I was his kid.
Yeah, and this is a guy that hasn't done that. And he worked his way up the ladder just like everybody else. Because a lot of people look at him and say, oh, of course Arthur Smith's an NFL head coach. His dad's, FedEx executive. He's been the opposite of that story.
Yeah. It's not like he's coaching the Arena League in Memphis, where FedEx would swing some power. Absolutely. He's coaching an NFL team. They're not going to give him the gig just because his dad's a billionaire.
No, I mean, it is an NFL team, but even like the jobs he got, his first job, he's a GA at North Carolina. I mean, a lot of people start there. Then he's a quality control coach with the Redskins. Then he's a defensive.
Okay, but that may have helped.
Okay,
FedEx,
because of the Redskins.
The Redskins, that may have helped.
But so that led him right to an on-the-field assistant? No, the very next year, defensive intern / administrative assistant, Ole Miss.
Yeah, but no, I mean,
does that sound like a primo job?
No, but even if like the Redskins thing opened the door, you've still got to be able to
right.
produce.
Quality,
and you got to be humble enough to say, I'm going to do this the right way and leave Washington and go to Ole Miss and work my way up the ladder.
Be an administrative assistant.
Exactly.
I go back to when you got your first job, I think at NBC. Somebody introduced you, right?
Tom Roberts is a guy I called first. He was at NBC 13. Alabama fans know the name Tom Roberts, and he couldn't hire me. The company they had mandated 3 years of experience at the time. It's not the case in Birmingham anymore, but they used to mandate that. But 42 was starting news, so they needed anybody. And Tom says, listen, I'll take you to lunch. We went to lunch. I can't hire you, but let's ride over to CBS 42. I know the GM. And we drove in. We went right to the GM's office. He says, you need to hire this guy. He's like, I don't have any more positions, but we'll hire him. Will you work part-time for virtually nothing? I said, yes, I will. And that's how I got my first job. So it's who I knew.
Yeah, and look, and you grinded, and you got to this point. Now you are in a building with us, whatever that means.
That's right. I had a way to grind. Well, but I think, I don't know if Arthur Smith will be successful in the league, but it's a long way of me saying I think he's a really good football coach. I would like to see him succeed. I just know you could be the best football coach in the world. It's about rosters in the NFL.
Yeah,
and he doesn't have a roster that's going to compete for a championship by any stretch.
And slap me for this. I said Kyle Pitts. Outside of that, who's the other playmaker? Drake London.
Your guy. Yes.
My guy.
I was going to get to that. All the chat room guys, it's your guy.
It is
LT.
my guy. And look, I think he is going to be outstanding at this level. The problem is he has yet to play because of the leg injury from last year.
But don't forget, and this has nothing to do with Arthur Smith, one of their top receivers, if not who would be their number one, is sidelined with a gambling suspension right now.
Which looks so ridiculous.
In comparison to Deshaun Watson, it absolutely looks
Deshaun Watson will play this year.
Yeah.
Calvin Ridley will not.
It seems like if I was Calvin Ridley, I'd want to appeal this thing now. I'd say, all right,
are you serious?
Let's circle back for a second. There is a 20-plus women who are upset by what this guy did, and there are lawsuits and legal cases that, blah, 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 and he's getting 11 games. What can we do with me now?
Yeah, I bet $100 parlay.
Yeah, I have $1,500 gambling, and I'm suspended a whole year, really?
Me and the guys were out. When I was out with an injury or with my mental issue, whatever was going on with him, I was out. Me and the guys were just hanging at the house, bored on a Saturday and a Sunday. I'm out the season? Let's circle back to this. That'd be a good thing to do.
I understand that I didn't use the best judgment in the world, not putting it under Bobby's account instead of my account.
Yeah.
Let's go 6 games. How about 6 games?
6 games. I tell you, though, you think about this. Now, Mariota, I still don't believe, man. I don't know if Ritter is going to be this good at the next level. Again, numbers were pretty good last night. But when you've got a guy like Kyle Pitts, who really he's just a matchup nightmare. You get a Drake London healthy, and you get a Calvin Ridley. You do have weapons.
You know who starting to give me a little feel this Desmond Ritter story is? Little Dak Prescott. Nobody really expected anything coming out of college. Was, semi-successful in college by however you gauge success.
But Dak had big arm. Ritter just doesn't have big arm.
He did. Do you have to have a big arm in the NFL?
I guess it depends on the system. Yeah, it does help.
I mean, Ritter was
take it if you got it.
Ritter was picked 74. I think Dak was right around there, wasn't he?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It was sort of that,
almost dead on.
That neighborhood feel right there.
How about that? Pick 135. So one round difference basically between those two.
Just we'll see. We'll see if it keeps going for Ritter.
Well, round 3 and round 4. Yeah.
As they roll on. One other NFL note, just to show you how quick some of these NFL careers burn, and I don't know if his time's over with, but Kenyon Drake's going to be released officially today by the Las Vegas Raiders. If he doesn't play anymore this year, 6 years. He's got 6 years of experience behind him, which is longer than most in the NFL. But Kenyon Drake, here you go. 89 games, 39 starts, a lot of those with the Dolphins.
Yep.
Can be a receiver, can be a running back. He's versatile, doesn't mind playing special teams, and it may be over with for him. They're going to release him today. He hasn't really, been great since the Dolphins traded him to the Cardinals. He's had moments, but it burns fast for a lot of these guys, especially at the running back type position.
Yeah, there's a reason people say 3.1 years is the average life expectancy for these guys in the NFL. And it seems like yesterday we were literally watching one of the great games in college football championship history between Clemson and Alabama in the desert. And Kenyon Drake's return might have been the difference in that game. I mean,
ended up making it feel a lot easier for Alabama. It may have been the difference.
Yeah, there were key moments in that game, but that was one of the biggest keys. But, this is a guy that just last year was given a 2-year, $11 million deal by former general manager Mike Mayock when John Gruden was still the head coach. So he's still owed $8 million on that contract.
Yeah, good for him.
Yeah.
So,
you at least financially can plan.
That's right. You know that I got some more money coming in, and that was coming off his best season of his career. He had, as you mentioned, some good years in Miami, okay years in Miami. He was part of the, hey, we're just going to strip this thing down and build back up trades that also sent Minkah Fitzpatrick to Pittsburgh, among other things. You roll your eyes, but
no, it's
you
worked,
don't even know
I
if,
guess.
Well, I mean, we'll see if it's worked. It is in the process of working or not working.
Yeah, but
you don't really know yet.
But, Minkah, just signed a long-term deal.
That's right.
The All-Pro. I mean, he's pretty good. I mean, you guys dumped some really talented players during the rebuild process.
But, this is not a Miami discussion. You go look at their secondary right now. It's pretty darn good secondary.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, you dumped one to get two.
Basically, and it was just a rebuild, and that's what Kenyon Drake got caught up in. And to Lance's point, he had just had his best pro year last year, or 2 years ago, right before he signed the deal with Vegas. He just had his best pro year, and now, boom, I mean, it's over. I mean, that shows you how quick it burns at running back. This guy just in 2020 had his best year as a pro. You get the big contract, and they're already saying, we screwed up this contract. We're going to pay him $8 million not to play for us.
And I'm a little surprised when you look at the running back room because Josh Jacobs, which they're not high on right now, was really good 2 years ago.
They did not pick up his option, which means this is an absolute contract year for him.
Zamir White, you draft in the 4th round out of Georgia, so you've got to see what you've got there. But Amir Abdullah, like last night, Pete Flack, good buddy of mine, Hamburger Heaven, love his product.
How old is Amir?
He was up here last night, and he was telling he
31,
said,
I'd guess.
Amir's still with the Raiders, and I was like, Amir's not still in the league.
Absolutely. He got carries in the Hall of Fame, got a lot in the Hall of Fame game.
Yeah. It's crazy that guy he's such a hard worker that he's been able to hang around this long and carve out this kind of career.
Again, Dunaway, to your point of how we view running backs, how old did you say he was?
I said 31.
And we're talking like he's been in the league forever. The guy's 29.
29. Inside LT's 3-year window, though.
But my point is he's only been in the league since 15. It feels like Amir Abdullah has been in the league, for 15 years now.
Yeah, it really does.
But, he's only been in the league since 15.
Yeah, but 11 years ago is when he was lighting up the high school, lights on Friday night, right?
And then he went to Nebraska, so he got a little bit forgotten around here. People forgot him because, he didn't play at a state school.
And then he went to the Lions, which they forgot him even more. Only see him on Thanksgiving.
It was like, can I get back to Nebraska anytime soon? But, that guy's only got 1,500 rush yards in his career. Think about that.
Yeah, so I give him a lot of credit for hanging on, but I'm just saying that, to me, that running back room is not great. I'm a little surprised that, and I know Drake was banged up and broke the ankle last year.
Well, maybe somebody will pick Drake up, maybe. Yeah.
I don't know, man. You maybe so, but it just feels like in the NFL, once you get cut as a running back, with that kind of money they still owe you, you're done.
But I feel better that Drake will get picked up than your man TJ Yeldon.
Yeah,
I just saw Yeldon in the chat room.
Yeah, Yeldon was in the chat room. Our friend Simone Sessions down in Mobile, TV reporter there, she sent out a picture Friday night, and TJ was at a high school football game.
Okay.
Yeah, I think you can pay that bet off.
I think he's closer to that button that helped me. I've fallen and I can't get up.
Yeah.
Well, he's not. He didn't play in the USFL, which gave me a little hope. Like maybe he's signed on with the team, but he's not in the camp anywhere. So, and if you're out of the league 2 years now, not in camp anywhere, it's hard to come back. So
I think
that one's, but I think I've already paid that one off. I'll have to go look, see if I'd given up on that one.
That's not going to be controversial at all.
What?
That you think you've already paid it
off.
off.
I mark them down when we pay them off.
You haven't, but
no, you don't know. We we wipe some of those off along the way.
It's going to be controversial.
I'll see if that would be in the NFL section.
As you're doing that, Brown, did you find yesterday our starting quarterback?
I did not, Lance.
Did you look?
I did not, Lance.
I figured you didn't.
Haven't paid that one off yet. Yeldon more career NFL rushing yards than Richardson. According to the last number I checked, I need to really call NFL stats. Trent Richardson with 2,032 career yards and TJ with 2,005 career rushing yards.
So tight.
So
man.
close. Yeah. All he's really got to do is get in a couple of games.
Unfortunately,
he's watching high school football right now.
In Mobile. Is there a chance that maybe he got those yards in the postseason with the Jaguars And
no, they
that's
count. They count postseason yards.
Yeah, they
do?
count postseason yards. Yep. The reason you asked that is I told Dunaway.
Would you smart people in the chat room go check the career rushing stats on Richardson and Yeldon?
I can't tell you
See
how
if we
many
just,
times we've
if
done
we
this.
just find 27 more yards.
Can't tell you how many times we've done this. I think the reason you asked that, I did not know this. Albert Pujols is chasing 700 home runs.
Oh yeah, he's close.
Yeah, I knew that part. I did not know postseason home runs don't count in that total. Did you know that?
Yeah, I think I did know that with Major League Baseball.
Because I was thinking, well, Pujols, he's only got, 40 more regular season games, but he'll get the postseason too. I mean, they're going to win that division and at least get 2 or 3 postseason games out of it.
So, so Bonds, Aaron, all those at
Ruth,
the top.
apparently,
Ruth, none of those postseason home runs those guys hit over the years count. Wow. That's bad. Dr. B brings his LT's hair. And then I got one thing I've got to ask. I think we've talked about doing this kind of stuff before. But there was a video floating around last night from that Mets-Yankees game I got to ask you guys about. Tell us about Dr. B.
Hey, with age, for most, unfortunately, comes a little hair loss. Started to happen to me last year. I asked around. Everyone said Dr. Beckenstein is the guy you need to go see. I set up that consultation with Dr. B and his team. They perform genetic testing to determine the best course of treatment. It's cutting edge. Dr. B, the only one in the state of Alabama offering it. He can target an individual's treatment based on their genetics. He can formulate compounds and prescriptions to their profile. This is a game changer. After I got my results, me and Dr. B had that virtual meeting, went over my options, chose the non-invasive laser treatment, which I can do from the couch. Dr. Beckenstein takes pride in treating each patient personally, applying his expertise to produce quality results for more than 20 years. Women and men have turned to Dr. B for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. He will use that experience and his advanced training to help his patients fully understand the procedures they are considering. Call Dr. Beckenstein today, 205-319-0316. That's 205-319-0316, and tell him the next round sent you.
MJ says, take the hat off. Let's see if it's working. Look at that hair right there, man. There you go, MJ.
Fantastic.
TJ won the LSU game, they say in the chat room. Yes, he did. That screen pass. TJ, the most upright runner, says Jack, that I ever saw. Never put his head down for the tough yards. Lunsford confirming the stats. Trent with 2032. TJ with 2005.
That one's over.
27 more yards.
That's all you need, man.
Kerry,
all you need.
Kerry, Albert Pujols' last 10 games has been the best 10-game stretch of his career. He has been really good.
No, it has not been the best 10-game stretch of his career.
Just saying he's been really good.
Yeah, he has been really good. I agree with Gary.
It's a good way to go out. That's what I'm saying. I mean, he's already announced he's retiring after this year. It's good to have some significant home runs.
I think, based on, I've always said, like, the best pitcher I saw from beginning of his career to the end was Roger Clemens. The best hitter I saw was Tony Gwynn. The most dominant, feared players I've ever seen were Barry Bonds going through that stretch and Albert Pujols about a decade ago. Albert Pujols was a guy you couldn't pitch to.
Braves won last night 2-1. Here's the thing from the Mets-Yankees game. And it seems like we've seen this once before and talked about it, but viral video last night. A viral video of a guy putting a straw through one end of a weenie, a wiener.
A hot dog? You
a
just
hot
call it a hot dog, really.
Well, it's not a hot dog until you put it on a bun.
I don't think that's accurate, but
yeah,
okay.
but I mean, are you one of those that has it stick through your hot dog and like over a campfire?
A Frankfurter, whatever you want to call it.
Anything but a
Wiener schnitzel.
You couldn't afford buns back in the mud puddle, could you?
Well, I mean, I've used white bread before, yes, to make a hot dog.
I used to cut them in pieces
and
then put them on the white bread so they were like, because it was.
Oh, that would have been a lot smarter.
You know what I'm saying?
Make it like a sandwich.
Yeah, made it like a sandwich.
Yeah, that would have been smarter. I just laid it diagonal and folded it up, and it was always a lot more bread than I needed.
The problem is you put the condiment on there with the hot dog, it soaks through, it gets really, really soggy.
The bun's a great invention.
It really is.
But he pokes, a viral video last night of a Yankees fan, pokes a hole through one side of the meat, and then the other side connecting it, and then sticks it in his beer and uses it as a straw where he's drinking his beer through the hot dog,
That's right.
the wiener.
Yeah.
And I've heard that it adds a flavor to the beer that's really enjoyable.
Interesting.
I just can't get to myself to do that.
Well, I can't do that in public. To me, that's like the guy next to you that's taking his game enjoyment down a little level.
Well,
yeah, but it got the beer got very cloudy really quick as the greasy weenie was floating around in there.
Yes. Well, I mean, but just all the work for him to hollow out the inside of his wiener,
No, there you
now
go.
Dunaway's done it to me. Hollow out the inside of his hot dog to create the hole in his hot dog there. All that work, and then
well, it wasn't that big of a hole. It was like he took
it's big enough to suck beer through,
like a coffee stirrer, and jammed it up one end, and then jammed it at the other end, connecting the tunnel.
Right, and then that meat's got to go somewhere. I mean, it's got to fall out, and then you got grease all over your hands. I just can't imagine that it improves the taste to the point that it's worth that much effort.
Yeah. Now, it does sound disgusting, but as MJ points out, now imagine Ariana Grande drinking her beer that way.
I take that. I would take that, but to me that seems like too much work. I think the hot dog and the beer at the game, they complement each other so well. It's just take a bite.
Yeah, just take a bite, take a drink, take a bite, take a drink.
Well, that's
what you would have to do there.
That's the way I like to eat and drink is with one complementing the other. You get you chew a little bit of your hot dog before you do the full swallow. You take a swig of beer, and you got it all sort of working together up there, man.
I haven't seen this video. It's like you're describing the dude put a catheter on his hot dog.
He kind of did.
Yeah, basically he did. He sort of ran it there, but he didn't leave the straw in there. He's sucking it up through the weenie to get
the hot dog.
If
becomes
I'm
a
next
straw.
to you, that kills my fan experience. I don't like that.
Yeah. According to the chat room, there's a whole Twitter account dedicated to people doing that.
It's called beer brat, is what Riley says.
Yeah. Our screen's not working over there. But you're playing it right now? Lunsford says he's playing it right now, so you guys are taking a look at it.
Yeah, Jay Price says very strange conversation. We have these about once a day.
I mean, this is a fairly normal conversation for this show.
Thought it was a good way to start the show off. All right, a lot to get to.
I want a hot dog right now, though.
I would eat one right now, too.
Yeah.
I would eat one right now. I went to a place the other night after golf that all of a sudden is throwing chicken fingers into a hot dog bun and topping it with all the hot dog toppings. That doesn't do anything for me.
Yeah, it doesn't do anything for me either.
You know what I saw somebody do not long ago? And this is fascinating because I, as a kid, loved the banana sandwich. I don't know if you guys ate a banana sandwich.
Peanut butter banana sandwich.
I didn't put peanut butter on mine. I just put mayonnaise.
Yeah, my mom made hers that way. I did the peanut butter.
I like the mayonnaise with it.
But I remember my dad would slice the banana into like circles and just place it on the sandwich and then close it up. I would slice the banana in half and lay the halves on there.
I would do it long way.
But then I
never did that. I diced it.
Then I saw somebody take a hot dog bun, put the entire banana in there with mayonnaise, and just eat it that way. How about that?
Wow.
I'd never thought of that.
God,
what a world we live in, huh?
That would have been better.
I know. It's so much easier that way.
I don't know, because the bun complements a hot dog. I don't know if it really does. There's too much crust on it for the banana.
Good point there. Good point there.
I do like just the normal white bread on my banana sandwich.
Zach wants to know if we watched Mad Men. I watched one episode, the Howard Johnson episode, where Sterling goes on his trip.
Fantastic.
That's a great episode.
It really
He
is.
said Jim played golf yesterday. Did you watch Mad Men too?
One or two. Did you play golf?
I did not play golf yesterday.
It rained all day.
Did you eat a meal that you didn't like last night?
I did. Ding. Yeah, and I watched an episode of Mad Men. I finished it, and I went back. I'm watching the first 2 years because I cranked back up in the third year, seeing some stuff maybe I missed along the way.
Did you watch House of Dragon yet?
I did not. I mean, you guys made it sound so horrible.
Well, I mean, it wasn't horrible. I mean, Lunsford liked it better than I mean, I would give it a 6.5 out of 10.
That doesn't drag me to the polls. 6.5 out of 10. Part of our show as well being brought to you by our friends at Nichols Outfitters. I'll tell you what's coming up next after you tell us about Nichols.
Nichols Outfitters is getting you ready for dove season. Dunaway, we're right around the corner there. It is upon us. They've been hard at work getting your supplies for the season in stock. 12, 20, and 28 gauge shotgun shells are in stock. You need to hurry as demand is through the roof this dove season. Get set for this dove season with the guys who know the outdoors. Nichols Outfitters, exit 242 in Pelham. Online, nicholsoutfitters.com.
My friends at The Athletic, with a really interesting comment in their mailbag, they call this fraud watch. Somebody who will get off to a really good start this football season and then all of a sudden fall off the cliff. Don't say any names yet, but college football teams that get off to a 5-0, 6-0, 7-0, 8-0 start and then really are not really contenders. They're frauds. Fraud watch when we come back on the next round.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Holly Mack Wilson just sold the Johnsons a new home. Not a house, a home.
She helped them put a swing in the backyard, helped move the grill to the back patio, and watched as the Johnsons put their great-grandmother's piano in the foyer. A house is a dwelling. A home is a place filled with love and memories. Call Holly Mack Wilson, your Tuscaloosa Keller Williams Realtor, 205-901-9446, or check out our website, hollymackhomes.com, and let Holly Mack Wilson help you find your dream home where you can make your own memories.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice. Football season is here, and it's time to do what we do best. LancesLock.com is your source for football winners, and for only $90 a month, you won't find a better value anywhere. If you're going to play, you might as well win while you're doing it. Jump in with me and get every lock from every league every single day: college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, NBA. It's all under the same subscription. $90 a month breaks down to $3 a day. There's not a better deal out there. Subscribe today this year at LancesLock.com.
Football season is back, and so are tailgates. It's time to win that tailgate with Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Sterling and his winning team will open up the doors so you can dine in or an easy-to-go pickup when you order at champyschicken.com. At Champy's, you experience southern staples like chicken on a stick and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales that are to die for. Hand-cut chicken tenders and a whole lot more right on your way home or to the big game. Highway 119 in Alabaster. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken.
Excelsior Ambulance Service is veteran-owned and contracted and has moved into the Birmingham area. Excelsior is currently hiring all levels: drivers, EMT, advanced EMT, paramedics, and dispatchers, and will meet or match pay according to the level and experience. Apply now at ExcelsiorAMB.com. Sign-on bonuses, 11 paid federal holidays, benefits packages, and education advancements are available. Excelsior ambulance teams are staffed by some of the most experienced paramedics and EMTs in the South. ExcelsiorAMB.com. That's ExcelsiorAMB.com.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the next round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Fire damage to your home or business is something you never want to consider. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. But in the horrible event it happens, Dry Tech is here to help. They respond quickly and will reply to you within 20 minutes when you call 205-637-0143. They're working for you, the customer, not the insurance company. They've got 5 crews ready to go 24/7. Don't call the insurance company first. Call Dry Tech. Just remember this website, mydrytech.com. That is mydrytech.com. When it comes to choosing a dentist, 2 things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Back with you on The Next Round. Taylor, who handles all of our social media out there, nice Auburn graduate. She's fired up for the football season out there in her Auburn sweatshirt right now in the lobby, telling me to remind you that if you're watching us right now on YouTube, Taylor, make sure I'm getting this right, I'm the old guy, to hit the thumbs up on YouTube. thumbs up on YouTube right there. Explain to Brown. Explain to the people who are watching that may not know what to do here.
Well, there's a little thumbs up. You click on it.
Yep. Just click on that thumbs up as you watch it.
Raven
like
Rockstar.
on Facebook, when I post something, you like it.
That's right. You like it. So that does
Instagram,
help us.
It
also helps us if you're just lingering right here watching. We greatly appreciate that. But if you would subscribe and set your alerts, that helps us too. So thumbs it up, subscribe, and set alerts.
All right. So there you go, Taylor. Check. Got it done. Oh, gave you a thumbs up there by accident. How about that? I'm being willed out of the studio. I'll give you a thumbs up. Everything's okay. Part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Wayne's. Talked a little NFL football in the first segment. We'll get to college football right here. And Wayne's is ready for another football season with a great deal.
Indeed they are, Jim Dunaway. That is Smart Pest. You do not want a rodent infestation. So the minute the Smart Pest service, those monitors that look 24/7 for rodents, the minute they spot one, it passes word on to Wayne's. Wayne's then sends out somebody to exterminate it before you get an infestation. Stops it cold in its tracks. You can get on board right now by calling 866-WAYNES-1. 866-WAYNES and the number 1. Use the code TNR for the next round, and you'll save $100 off your initial Smart Pest service. TNR. Use that code when you call 866-WAYNES-1.
MJ says 300 people are in the chat right now. The number's at 10. Smuff says it just doubled. And now he says it was at 37. Now it's at 81. So good job on the thumbs up,
All
guys.
you got to do is mention it.
So keep rolling along there on the thumbs up there. Apparently, I will get lunch bought for me today if you guys get it to 300. Here we go. Fraud Watch from The Athletic. It's in the mailbag, and the Athletic staff answers it this way. So just to set the table, if you missed it last segment, a team that gets off to a really good start in college football, 5-0, 6-0, 7-0. 8-0, but then they fall off the map. They end up 8-4, or they end up 7-5.
All right.
So at some point they look like a contender. They end up being a pretender. A fraud watch here. Who is a threat to be a fraud this year? Quick early start, sort of a timid ending.
Well, in one way, I think it can be the Auburn Tigers. I think if people are paying attention in the preseason to their schedule, this is not going to be a surprise that perhaps they're 5-0. But if people haven't really done a deep dive and they see Auburn at 5-0 and they'll say, oh, wait a minute, a team that was picked last in the West, a team that tried to fire their coach in the offseason, they're 5-0. And if you don't dig a little bit deeper, you could get sucked into thinking, oh, what a great story this is.
So if they're 5-0, they beat Penn State, how high are they in the AP ranking, you think?
I think Auburn
I have them in the preseason 36 right now.
They'd be close to top 10.
Yeah, they're just outside the AP top 25.
Yeah, I mean, I got them 36 on the voting, right? In the AP top 25.
Was it the coaches they were? I think it was the coaches they were just outside of. Okay, so the coaches they will get in a little bit quicker than the AP. But if they're 5-0, Lance, and they've won at Penn State or won against Penn State and against LSU, what is that record? I mean, that record is 5-0. What is that ranking? Excuse me.
I think they're probably number 12.
Currently, Penn State 29th in voting, LSU 30th in voting. So two teams perceived to be better.
Yeah, 12 would be awful high. I don't know if they'd be that high, but they would be a top 20 team. What?
Lunsford says if it's 300, we'll give Jim a Gatorade bath. No, we won't lie. First off, I'm already dressed for dinner tonight.
Well, since y'all talking about, we'll give you a wiener bath. We'll just launch a bunch of wieners at you.
Don't tease him.
More of your dream right there.
The whole time. Oh no!
I don't know if they would be that high, but I think Auburn would be a top 20 team, and people will start saying, oh, look, picked last in their conference, in their division. They're a top 20 team. And then, look, it gets tougher. Even Auburn fans, if they're 5-0, realize that was the easy part of the schedule. It gets tough after this.
Yeah, I could see an implosion like that. Remember, Texas started 5-1 last year.
Right.
And Texas ended 5-7.
With a loss to Kansas,
that's a great fraud watch example there from last year.
And I'll give you one this year to watch. I've got a couple, but UCLA. I think UCLA is going to be improved. They were improved last year. It was Chip Kelly's best year. In his fourth year, they were 8-4. They opened with Bowling Green, Alabama State, South Alabama at Colorado, Washington at home.
Yeah. They should be 5-0 right now.
I think they're 5-0.
It is one of the fraud watches, according to The Athletic. UCLA, the Bruins have an easy non-conference schedule. They should be 5-0. And then it's time to play Utah and Oregon.
Yeah. Then Utah and Oregon back-to-back. I think they probably lose both of those games. They've still got USC. They've got to go to Arizona State. So, they could start 5-0 and end up 8-4.
Yeah, that's a good example.
Yep. We got a couple of SEC suggestions from our audience.
There is a couple of SEC teams that are listed 1 and 2 in the Athletic.
Really? Well, the first one we got suggested, the Ole Miss Rebels.
Number 1 with a bullet, according to the Athletic.
Here's what you've got. If Ole Miss doesn't start 4-0, there are big issues. Troy at home, which is first game for Coach John Summerall. Been on the show. We like him. That's a tough spot for them. Central Arkansas, easy win there. At Georgia Tech, again, another coach we like, but Ole Miss, Lance would be a decent favorite at Georgia Tech. Ole Miss.
On-campus game at Georgia Tech.
Yeah, it's in Bobby Dodd Stadium. Decent favorite, right?
Yeah.
Week 3?
Double-digit.
No,
favorite.
double-digit.
Yeah,
favorite.
I think so.
Wow. Then Tulsa at home. I mean, if you're not 4-0 right there, something has gone horribly wrong. Then you get Kentucky, which is an interesting little game there. You get Kentucky.
But it'll be a great game. I'm going to go ahead and call it. That game right there will be the Tom Hart, Cole Kublik.
The night game?
Night game.
Yeah. It's homecoming for
I always
Ole Miss.
forget the middle guy. Jordan Rogers.
Yeah. And Ole Miss might be ranked will be ranked at that time. So, Kentucky, if they haven't fallen apart, it's a top 25 matchup. Then you're at Vanderbilt. That should be a win. I mean, you could see 6-0 right there. Then you host Auburn.
Yep. 7-0. Could be 7-0.
Now, they have struggled with Auburn of late.
That's right.
Auburn has been a problem for Ole Miss.
That becomes a huge game for both those teams on how their season's going to go at that point.
That's right. Then you're at LSU. I mean, that is a winnable game for Ole Miss in the Magnolia Bowl. And here's why it's fraud alert. Because listen to the end of this schedule. At Texas A&M, hosting Alabama, at Arkansas in the Egg Bowl. At home, but it's still the Egg Bowl.
Yeah, 7-1, 8-0 going into that stretch.
That's a tough finish for Ole Miss.
Number 1 according to the Athletic. The other SEC team they think could be on fraud alert, the Tennessee Volunteers. But see, I don't see this one because usually their back into their schedule gets really easy. But that's changed a little bit over the years. Look at the Volunteers' schedule and tell me, how is the fraud? If they get by Pitt, how are they on fraud alert?
To your point, used to the back end of the schedule after the Alabama game, after the third Saturday in October, was primarily like Missouri, Kentucky, Vandy, South Carolina.
That's right.
It used to be because they would play, when they played Auburn, they would play them early. They would play Georgia early. They always play Florida early. The front end of their schedule is Ball State at Pitt. Now, again, Lance thinks that's going to be a tough game. I think you and I think it's a little better game for Tennessee.
Pitt is going to be a good team this year.
You think they're still going to be good?
Yeah. I mean, look, Jordan Addison's a big loss, obviously. Keaton Slovis is a downgrade from Kenny Pickett, but
so you
he's
give me 2 negatives.
No, but this is a team that won 11.
They've renamed the stadium.
This is a team that won 11 games last year and won the ACC. And Pittsburgh this year has got, I mean, they've got a ton. They've got 15 returning starters from 11-win teams.
So an interesting, listen, 2:30 ABC week 2. It may be the best game of that day because Alabama plays Texas, which I think we think will be a blowout.
That's an 11 o'clock game.
That's an 11 o'clock game. And this is a 2:30 game. And then I forgot the night game. What?
Slow down a little bit here. Maggie has a birthday party she wants me to go to on this date, and I have sold her on how football is good all day long. But truthfully, the games suck at night.
Yeah,
like so much so I think Fowler and Herbstreit are at the farm for USC and Stanford or somebody in Stanford.
I would send them to this one. I'd send them to Tennessee Pitt. Let them do a 2:30 game.
Yeah, I would too.
That's what I would do. But then there was a good night game, right? Is it
BYU.
Baylor, BYU?
9:15.
Yeah, Baylor, BYU.
After
9:15.
the alleged birthday party.
Alleged. I don't think the party's alleged. I think your attendance is alleged.
I thought she was Rodney Dangerfield back to school. How are you going to a party?
This is the Kagger, man.
She's only there for 2 weeks. Then she's home for a while, and then she goes back for 2 weeks. I tried to convince her to stay.
Hey, did
what was his name? What, Melton?
For those that don't know, my wife's a freshman at Duke.
Did she get priority? She's in graduate school, though. Did she get priority on basketball tickets?
That is on her to-do list. I've sent her up there. I tied a ring around, a blue string around her finger. I said, priority tickets. See if you get any chance to any game at Duke.
Yeah, being a graduate.
It's a good time to roll up there.
No, just send her a tent.
I think we're Shire taking over. It's got to be easier than ever to get Duke.
It's got to be, yeah.
So then after that Pitt game, they host Akron. That's a win. They host Florida, which is a fascinating game, in Neyland Stadium. But in Neyland Stadium, Tennessee against this year's Florida team, they should be significant.
Tennessee, yes.
At least a touchdown favorite.
I would think right at a touchdown, yeah.
Bye week, and then a fascinating game because of where it falls on the schedule at LSU. That is a tricky game for Tennessee at LSU.
And especially where LSU could be this year. A lot of people keep thinking this LSU team could exceed expectations.
Who really knows? But they get Alabama the next week. So if they're undefeated going to LSU with Alabama on deck, that is a fascinating game to watch right there.
I stole Tennessee in the 5th round last night.
Well, that's a good pick.
Good pick. I think so, too.
I mean, I think that could be a 10-win team.
I do, too.
And then after Bama, so where are we on fraud alert right now? Maybe they've lost only to Alabama. UT Martin, that's a win. But then Kentucky, tricky game for them, but they've owned Kentucky.
Where is that game?
It's in Neyland.
I still think Tennessee's a better team this year.
And they've owned Kentucky. That's been a tricky one for Kentucky. At Georgia, you're not going to win that one.
Loss.
Missouri at home, as Coach Wimp Sanderson would say.
That's a win.
At South Carolina, tough game. And then at Vandy. I don't know. I don't know if I'd put them on fraud alert.
Me either. I think they start off good, and people may think they're going to fall off, but I don't think they fall off.
They've got two tough games after Bama, Kentucky at home and at Georgia. I guess that's South Carolina.
Random ACC that could be a good fraud alert.
Save that for the other side. We'll continue the conversation. Clay Travis coming up at the top. Brooke with a great point. He says, so potentially we've got 5-1 Auburn playing 6-0 Ole Miss.
Yeah.
At that point, he says, we'll call that the fraud bowl going in.
It could happen.
But one of those teams is going to win that game and come out and say, not so fast, my friend. Don't be a fraud. We've got a couple of others. What team did you say?
I got an ACC random.
There is no ACC team on here, so it'll be fresh content from LT over there and a couple others right here from The Athletic that the Fraud Watch is out as we get ready for the season to start this weekend. The show being brought to you today by our friends at Precision Sports to get you back in the game. Good news on an injury front. Kayvon Thibodeau will be ready for week 1 in the Giants, according to reports. Scary moment when he went down the other night. Walked off under his own power, moved around afterwards, and they say he'll be ready for week 1. Precision can get you back in the game as well.
Yeah, sprained MCL there, was cut blocked by Thaddeus Moss, but that is good news for the New York Giants and for Kayvon Thibodeau. Whether you're a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics, they want to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something is not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you. Make your greatest comeback today, from concussions to sprained ankles. Our experienced team ready with treatment options. Find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
This hour of The Next Round is brought to you by Culver's, now featuring the Big Wisconsin Cheese Pub Burger. Stop in the Highway 150 or the Highway 280 location and enjoy one today. That's Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
Scott Powell, the executive director of the Alabama Head Injury Foundation.
The number of brain injuries in the state has increased every year from the previous year. There are about 4,100 new brain injuries every year in the state of Alabama that require an overnight hospital stay.
If you'd like to help out, please give us that information.
You can head to our website at ahif.org, and we are very thankful for any support that anyone can give.
It's the Alabama Head Injury Foundation, from Huntsville to Mobile, wherever you watch us in the state. Great work, Scott. Thanks for being with us. ERA King has the new Guaranteed Move program, which lets you compare instant offers with open market offers so you can choose how and when to sell your home. You can close with a quick cash offer, no showings, and no open houses, or you can explore multiple offers through a traditional listing. Available only through ERA King. Guaranteed Move puts you in control. Visit movewithking.com or text MOVE to 35620. To learn more, that's MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them The Next Round sent you, 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com. There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Summer weather is finally here. Make sure your air conditioner is ready for the Alabama heat. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemphill are the ones to call for all of your HVAC needs. Hemphill Services is a locally owned and operated independent train dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. Get the guys at Hemphill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to help you beat the Alabama heat this summer. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, do what I do. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090. Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Drunk driving prevention is a priority at Anheuser-Busch. You can't drive drunk if you don't drive there. Encourage friends to join in the pledge to Decide to Ride on DecideToRide.com. Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Couple of more fraud alert teams coming up here. What's not a fraud is getting out with the family for tailgates this year with our beautiful friends at JohnsonRVCenter.com. Family-owned business, nicest people in the world, and they will take care of you and getting you a great ride, whether you want to tailgate for football or go see America in 2023.
Yeah, check those toy haulers they've got right now done away. Payments start as low as $219 a month on those with approved credit. Versatile garage space, party decks, fuel stations, onboard generators. That's one of the many, or a few of the many reasons you can love the toy haulers there at Johnston RV Center, JohnstonRVCenter.com, I-65 304 in Coleman, 334 indicator if you want to see them in person, but always just start at JohnstonRVCenter.com.
Braves win last night 2-1, 4 hits, 2 runs. So they get the victory there. Back in Pittsburgh tonight, 6 o'clock on Bally's. You get to watch Mets and Yankees tonight if you want to watch them on TBS, another fun baseball game. The Mets have pushed DeGrom's start back out of the window, so he will not face the Yankees coming up. Over in the chat room, Rusty says, what if Kentucky goes 8-4? Are they a fraud? Well, what we're doing here is off to a really good start, and then you buy into them. But more on Kentucky in just a second. Michigan State, for me, could start 5-0, says Paul. Then Ohio State, Michigan, and Penn State jumps out for him. Michigan State is a team that is mentioned by some as an early 5-0 start. But Tripp says he thinks Virginia's your team.
It is.
Virginia's your team.
Yeah, let me walk you through this. They open with the Richmond. Brennan Armstrong's coming back. It's Tony Elliott's first year as the head coach for Virginia.
But known as a good play caller.
Yeah. So, and he's got a hell of a quarterback in Brennan Armstrong.
He's a good player.
Really good quarterback. So Richmond at Illinois, they're going to be favored. Old Dominion favored. At Syracuse, tricky game but favored. At Duke favored. That's 5-0. Louisville, they'll be favored. 6-0. At Georgia Tech, they'll be favored. 7-0.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. I think there's a good chance they start 7-0. Then they've got Miami, North Carolina, Pittsburgh, Coastal Carolina with Grayson McCall back, and at Virginia Tech. They could actually start 7-0 and go 7-5.
Wow. Now that would
be tough.
That would put you right at the top of the list on the fraud alert right here. That's a good one. Brooks is up in Milwaukee with us. Phone number 205-734-0923, 734-0923. Brooks, who used to be our an intern with us over at our old location, and now he works up in Milwaukee. What's up, Brooks? How you doing, man?
How's it going, Dunaway? I'm actually relocating to Birmingham here in about 6 weeks.
All right. Coming back to Birmingham. All right.
Yeah, coming full circle for me and my wife. We met at University of Alabama, so we're glad to be coming back. But been listening to you guys since you started last August, and first time calling in. But I was reminded of something from the 2019 season as you were talking about this fraud alert stuff. If you'll go back to at the end of September heading into October, there were 5 unbeaten SEC teams ranked in the top 10 in 2019. You had Alabama, Georgia, LSU, Auburn, and Florida. Auburn and Florida wound up meeting that first week in October as top 10 teams, and Florida won that game. But you were talking about all these teams in the SEC potentially, Auburn, Ole Miss, Alabama, Georgia, potentially being undefeated going into October. And obviously that kind of wound up working itself out, and LSU wound up being the national champion. But how many teams do you actually think you could see out of the SEC this year going into October undefeated? Because there seems to be so many teams, fan bases that have this optimism with their program.
So I'm looking for SEC teams that are going into October undefeated. That's what you're asking me for here?
Yeah, you had 5 in 2019, and that's the last time I feel like it's happened where you've had that many teams.
I got to find that helmet schedule.
Yeah, that's what I've got in my head. I got to pull up my SEC helmet schedule. That always helps.
You want me to run and get them? I got them right
No,
now.
I got
it
it online.
Yeah, pulled it up online right here.
Alabama is a given, right?
Yep.
I think Auburn will.
Georgia will.
I think Georgia will.
So there's 3 already.
Yeah.
I don't believe in A&M. That's a tough schedule to start.
Either Tennessee or Florida
Arkansas will not.
I think
Ole Miss will.
Yeah.
What about Kentucky?
No, because they've got Ole Miss in Oxford.
Well, either Kentucky or Ole Miss
one of those
will.
two.
Yeah,
yeah,
one of those two will. Yeah.
What's our number right now, Brooks? Is that 4?
I think you're at 4 right now.
Boy, if Mississippi State, they're going to open 4-0, I think.
Did you say Texas? Did you say Texas A&M? I mean, they would have to be Miami and Arkansas, but
no, I don't.
That is a possibility.
Yeah, I don't see it.
What about South Carolina?
South Carolina, no. At Arkansas and Georgia, back-to-back weeks 2 and 3.
Yeah, not with Georgia.
That'd be shocking.
I think it's going to be 5 or 6. Yeah, I think you'd have about half not quite half the league. Is going to be 4-0.
5 and 6 is a big number, though.
Yeah, 5 or 6. I mean, I think 5 or 6 would be 4-0, leaving the month of October.
I would slide that down a little bit more. I'd go 4 and 5.
But in regards to the fraud alert, I mean, if you have at that point, if you have that many teams that are unbeaten in the league, you'd have how many of those be floating around the top 15?
All of them.
With a lot of hype heading into October. That's just kind of what it reminded me of. Because you had, as I mentioned, 5 teams in the top 10 that year. I think all of them wound up finishing ranked by the end of the year, but only one wound up being undefeated. It kind of made me think that it could play out similarly to the 2019 as you were talking about that. So it's just kind of a thought I had in my head. But love the show, guys. Just wanted to give some input on that.
Thank you, man. When you get back to
Brooks.
Birmingham, come see us. Was Mississippi State one of yours that you said that could be unbeaten going into October?
I don't think so. Mississippi State.
Memphis, Arizona.
Yeah, I just,
LSU, Bowling Green.
At LSU and Texas A&M, I mean, those are tough.
Yeah, but Texas A&M is already in October. It's October 1. Going unbeaten going into October is the question.
No, yeah. They could be 4-0.
Yeah, so that helps Brown's number right
I
there.
think it'll be 5 or 6. I think it'll be 5 or 6.
Yeah, that helps Brown's number. Back to the Athletic and more that I'll just throw them out quickly now, and Clay's at the top. Purdue, if they beat Penn State week 1, they say could be 7-0 or 6-1 before they roll into Wisconsin and Iowa. Purdue.
Yeah, I could see that.
And a lot of people do like them beating Penn State in that opener, which would water down a little bit of that Penn State-Auburn game at Jordan-Hare Stadium if Penn State doesn't roll in unbeaten. Kansas State, amazing read on Adrian Martinez in your morning rounds at nextroundlive.com today. I didn't know this until late in the year last year. He played 6 games last year for Nebraska with a broken jaw, held together by rubber bands, they said. I don't know if that was just played up for the story.
Probably.
But he felt like he owed it to his team and the program to play through the broken jaw. He's at Kansas State. They think they could get off to a really good start this year if they can get by Missouri in week 2.
Oh, I think they'll get by Missouri in week 2. Again, I think Kansas State's one of the more underrated teams. I stole them in like the 8th or 9th round last night. I think that's going to be a pretty good team.
You mentioned UCLA. They mentioned Nebraska. If they think Nebraska could get off to a 7-1 start, they throw Appalachian State and they throw Houston out there. But see, I don't see Houston as a fraud team. I think they're a team that hangs around like Tennessee and ends up
I do too.
10-2.
Yeah, I think Houston's going to win, worst case 9 games.
Yeah. So that's Max Olson and some of the other writers at The Athletic who throw that together there and give you some teams who, going into October, maybe starting to look at going into November. And you're sitting there with a team that's unbeaten, but not a very good football team that can stick the landing at the end. Clay Travis is coming up on the other side. The show being brought to you today in part by our friends at Odie's, where we had a great weekend with Boylan and Braggon this past weekend, and now it's trivia time again tomorrow night.
Yeah, tomorrow night, me and Rocky and Ryan Brown will be pinch hitting for Will Haver tomorrow night. Will Haver celebrating that anniversary. Look, it's just a great place. Birmingham Institution, incredible food for lunch or dinner from Rodney Davis, the award-winning wings, delicious burgers, my personal favorite, the Diablo sandwich, ice-cold beer buckets full of that Bud Light. Make sure you get in there, order some of that today. Go see the fine folks, Odie's Tavern, Crestline Village.
Tripp says the confidence in Auburn on this show is just jaw-dropping. Yesterday, I was flooded afterwards by people who said, you guys were just trashing Auburn the whole show yesterday. I don't know where you're getting the confidence level. We even talked about it yesterday. T.J. Finley is the starter. We sort of throw him at the 6-6 window.
Yeah, we had an Auburn fan up here last night. We were talking, and he said, what do you think about this year? And I said, well, T.J. Finley's going to be your starter, and I think you're going to be 6-6, maybe 5-7. He said, are you kidding? I thought we'd win 7 or 8 games.
Yeah, I feel like him. I think they win 7 or 8 games, but was not counting on T.J. Finley being the starter. Maybe he's improved that much. A lot more to do. Clay Travis is talking a little college football when we come back. And also later, Mike Griffith joins us at 11 o'clock to start the second half of the show. We'll talk a little Georgia and SEC football with Mike. All that still to come on your home for football, which kicks off Saturday right here on The Next Round.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
This hour of The Next Round is brought to you by Culver's, now featuring the Big Wisconsin Cheese Pub Burger. Stop in the Highway 150 or the Highway 280 location and enjoy one today. That's Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
There's still time before the weather changes to do something new in 2022. Ocean City, Maryland, and our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residencenoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. It's time to do something different. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland. Hey guys, football season's here, and you know you're going to spend a lot of Saturdays and Sundays watching the games. So go ahead and make the call to Blakely's Bouquets. And when it comes time for those special occasions like homecoming or fall formals, Blakely's is the answer too. Trust me when I tell you that Blakely's will go above and beyond with unique custom designs. Order ahead or get speedy same-day deliveries at Blakely'sBouquets.com. That's Blakely'sBouquets.com, or better yet, stop by the store on Oxmoor Road in downtown Homewood. Blakely's Bouquets.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $499 per month plus tax with $4,999 down, plus first payment and title due at delivery. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com. Like financial lease, 10,000 miles per year, WAC, MSRP, $51,490. Stock numbers Q0059, Q0068, or Q0074.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. Support the show and grab some great t-shirts and hoodies right now in the Next Round store. Buy the Alabama State map shirts in your team's favorite colors, the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest, or Next Round flag shirts are also online now. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. The traditional Next Round logo shirts are there too. Buy them for yourself, or they make a great gift for someone else. And let us know what you'd like to see in the store coming up. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, two things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Trip answered back and said, you guys did say Auburn would start 5-0, though, so you're high on them. To me, it's more schedule related to that point. I think Connor O'Gara, Saturday Down South, in predicting every win, had them going 6-0 and then 0-6 down the stretch, finishing 6-6.
Yeah, I think they could start 5-0. I'll say they start 4-1.
4-1 there. Part of the show, before we get to Clay Travis, brought to you by the great folks at Bromberg's.
Yes, Bromberg's are your diamond specialists. You've been thinking about popping the question, go see our friends at Bromberg's, family owned and operated since 1836. Bromberg's has established that solid reputation as a fine purveyor of quality diamonds as well as jewelry, timepieces, and gifts. Bromberg's also has that extensive giftware department to service the registry of brides and grooms right here in Birmingham. Go see our friends at Bromberg's, 2 locations, Mountain Brook and the Summit. You can also shop online today. Go to brombergs.com.
Clay Travis with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. He's the founder of Outkick, also Fox Sports, and at Clay Travis on Twitter. What is up, Clay? How are you?
Doing well. How are y'all?
Doing awesome. Thanks a lot. We were just discussing your Vols again. The Tennessee at LSU game is a fascinating game to me. I think Tennessee will be undefeated going into that game. And you've got Alabama on deck. Tennessee might even, Lance, I guess they would be favored in Baton Rouge, Tennessee?
I don't think so.
You don't think so?
No, they'd be close.
Close?
Yeah.
Tight game?
Close
That's just a fascinating game to me, Clay, on Tennessee's schedule.
I would like for Tennessee to come out of the first 5 4-1. I would sign up for that right now. Pitt's a top 25 teams. Lots of struggles over the years with Florida on the road to get against Baton Rouge, against LSU and Baton Rouge. Go 2-1 in those 3. I think it sets up pretty well for Tennessee to have a really good shot at a 9-3 season. You figure a loss to Alabama and a loss to Georgia, but being able to be better than everybody else on the schedule. I mean, to LT's point, early lines would suggest that Tennessee's going to be favored in 9 or 10 football games. I mean, the only 2 that Tennessee's definitely going to be an underdog in are games that almost everybody in the country would be an underdog in, against Alabama and Georgia. So Heupel has the opportunity, and I don't want to get ahead of things because you could lose Pittsburgh, you could lose to Florida. The schedule is filled with a lot of landmines. Not like Tennessee's 3 touchdown favorites over everybody. But this has the potential to be we're back kind of season for Josh Heupel. And one of my favorite stats, and I believe it's still true, is every single coach to win an SEC championship has won at least 9 games by year 2. So that's what we have, 25 years or so of Southeastern Conference championship data. In other words, the idea of the long rebuild leading to conference championships typically doesn't happen anywhere. Usually by year 2, if a coach is going to be an SEC championship level coach, his team is winning 9 games. Now that can include 9 games in the bowl game, right? You can be 8-4 and go 9-4. But I think Josh Heupel has in Tennessee a real chance to go 9-3 this year, and I think 8-4. Anything less than 8-4 would be a real disappointment.
Clay, we were in Tuscaloosa last year for Ole Miss, Alabama, and before that game, we were watching Tennessee and Missouri, and we were talking about how well Heupel calls a football game. And I think en route they scored 62 points in that game. But I was going to ask you this, because I know there was a time you were really high on Mike Leach, and Leach had a nice year last year at 7-6. Heupel or Mike Leach right now for Tennessee? Would you go Heupel?
I think Heupel because he's younger, right? I love Mike Leach too, but I think Heupel because he's younger, and there's more of a challenge now, I would say, in the roster management aspects of college football. And I tend to think, and again, this could be an exaggeration, I could be wrong on this, but I tend to think the guys that are going to roster manage and NIL better manage and all those things are likely to be younger because they're less set in their ways than a coach who's in his 50s or 60s and has been a head coach for 20 years and kind of has a method and manner in which he's run his program. Things are changing really quickly in college football, and I tend to think younger head coaches are probably more adroit at managing those rapid changes than older head coaches would be.
One of the stories at the Outkick is the Big Ten's media deal about what we saw last week. And it says there's one major clause if Notre Dame joined the Big Ten. If it's a little over $7 billion for the teams they already have, Clay, if Notre Dame was added, how big does that deal get for Fox, NBC, and CBS in the Big Ten?
I think it would probably just be, I think it would be, I'd be stunned if they don't have a similar provision in this television contract where in the event that the Big Ten expands, every new additional school gets the exact same money. So even if you got Notre Dame, in the same way that Texas and Oklahoma were added to the SEC, I think the television partners would probably have agreed. Maybe they even did it in tiers, which is one way to identify expansion candidates. Notre Dame obviously would be a tier 1 addition. Washington State would be a tier 2 or tier 3 addition. I would bet that they have valued that in some way so that they don't have to go back to CBS, NBC, and Fox and say, hey, we're contemplating doing this. What do you think of this move? What is it worth? Let's reopen these deals. I bet there's already a mechanism in place to value any expansion teams like we have in the SEC. And honestly, that was really, I think, for the SEC kind of paramount when you guys know this story, I think, but I think it's one of the great unreported stories that's out there. When Texas A&M and Missouri were added to the SEC, CBS had the opportunity to extend for another decade the SEC on CBS. And all the SEC was seeking was basically a similar rights payment for the addition of Texas A&M and Missouri. CBS already had a steal of a deal. They could have locked it up for another decade and continued to have a steal. Instead, they tripped all over themselves. And look, the result is they're ending up going from paying $50 million a year for the SEC to $350 million for the Big Ten. And they're not even getting the best game in the Big Ten every week, whereas they had, the incredible opportunity to pretty much select the best game in the SEC every week. It's one of the initially best sports media deals of all time, and then they managed to turn it into simultaneously one of the worst sports media deals of all time.
They really did. Clay Travis with us, Outkick, Fox Sports, at Clay Travis on Twitter. He is on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. But if people want to make this a contest money-wise between the Big Ten and the SEC, Clay, I find it very unlikely the SEC will ever catch them in money. I mean, I just the media markets are too big in the Big Ten. I just, look, on the field's one thing. The SEC has dominated that in terms of national championships. I don't think there's any way they're ever going to catch the Big Ten in media rights. To the extent anybody cares about that, to me, that's always going to be won by the Big Ten.
Well, it'll be interesting because I do think that the ACC is the next conference up at some point that could be on the chopping block. And there's been a lot of focus on, hey, would the Pac-12, would Big Ten go after Pac-12 schools, Oregon, Washington, Stanford, Cal, whatever combos there might be out there now that they've got USC and UCLA. I think the more intriguing question is, what if the Big Ten decides to go down into the SEC region, SEC states, right, and makes a run on Virginia schools, makes a run on North Carolina, or goes after Florida State or Clemson or something along
Georgia
those
Tech.
lines. Now, I know Georgia Tech, right, and really kind of tries to come into the SEC's turf. That, to me, is kind of the time when it turns into a real war. And then I think that it's possible that the ESPN versus Fox element of this battle becomes more kind of clear cut, and ESPN might seem and need to commit more resources. I'm fascinated. I'm sure, I don't know if you guys ever talk about this, by the cultural disassociation between ESPN and the SEC alignment, right? Sort of this woke ESPN East Coast universe with red state college football programs. I have thought this for a long time, but culturally, Fox really should have the SEC, right? I mean, this is the Fox News viewing overwhelming red state sea. I mean, there's a nice bridge there, and certainly Outkick is part of that bridge. But it is kind of interesting to think about culturally that contrast between ESPN and the overall narrative that they put out there, and the response that there would be in the SEC, where Trump's going to show up at a football stadium and overwhelmingly get cheered, whereas if he showed up at Yankee Stadium, he would definitely get booed.
Speaking of Yankee Stadium, I'm sure you saw the fan last night with the straw through the hot dog through the beer.
Yeah, I did see that. Yeah.
Thoughts on that, and weirdest thing you combine and eat?
I mean, first of all, I don't know what that guy's got going on in other aspects of his life, but I would be uncomfortable if I had a daughter with her dating a guy eating a hot dog using a hot dog as a straw.
Well, by the way, I don't know if you noticed, he has a plaid New York Yankees hat on. So
this dude is
strange.
That's a heck of a combo. My grandfather, who played at the University of Tennessee for General Neyland back in the day, used to make himself a toasted cheese with marshmallows on top of it in the toaster. And it's actually pretty fantastic. But I've never seen anybody else eat that. So I occasionally would make, again, just a piece of bread with cheese on top of it, and then you add some marshmallows on top of that, pop it in a toaster. I've never seen anybody else ever eat that, but he would make that as a snack pretty regularly.
Damn, that sounds messy, though.
It really does.
The marshmallows are in the toaster. It seems like they would melt off into the toaster.
No. It you put it on top of the cheese, and the cheese melts and holds the marshmallow on top of it. And the marshmallow does not melt; it toasts. Depending on how long you leave it in the toaster. Now, microwave, that's the dangerous part. I've made s'mores in the microwave before. I bet other people have too.
Yes.
And that can be more challenging.
Yeah. Mark says he does a peanut butter fried bologna sandwich on toasted bread.
Oh
hell, I'm all in on that.
I'd like to try that.
Now, I do peanut butter on a burger all the time, but I don't know if I'd do bologna with it.
Yeah, I think the one of the great snacks of all time is the graham cracker and peanut butter, which to me, graham cracker and peanut butter is just, I don't know anybody who's ever had that doesn't love it.
Wow, that may be the oldest thing I've ever heard you say. That was what my grandparents ate. I've never been a graham cracker peanut butter guy. Yeah,
peanut butter,
yeah, they love that.
Yeah, I don't. Oh, that is an unbelievable combo to the extent that people have never tried that. I remember I used to make them in college. And none of my roommates had ever had them before. Initially, they made fun of me, and then they tried it, and they were like, "Oh my God, this is the greatest thing ever!" Yeah, the graham cracker peanut butter combo. Maybe I don't know if it's an old Southern thing or not, but certainly my grandparents and everybody I knew ate it.
I've still got to point out that you are the guy that had trout from from
Cracker Barrel.
Rainbow trout, right?
Rainbow trout.
I think it was. Yeah, in
locally sourced.
No, it wasn't Cracker Barrel. I think it was.
No, it was.
You told us it was Cracker Barrel.
Cracker Barrel.
Yeah. Rainbow trout.
Well, I thought it was. I thought it was Denny's, but yeah, but
Either way.
fish at Cracker Barrel.
You're not digging your way out there.
Yeah, that's deeper into the alley for me, Denny's.
That's straight from the dumpster.
Yeah, it might have been. You know what? It may have been salmon from Denny's, I think, which I didn't know Denny's had salmon.
You would fish.
And the other one that my wife makes fun of is steak tips at IHOP. Is an order that I would get regularly. I'd take my boys to IHOP to get pancakes. I'm not a huge breakfast guy or breakfast food guy, so I would get steak. I don't know, steak medallions or whatever they're called at IHOP. Not a high level of steak. Quality at IHOP. In case you're wondering.
Boy, I will tell you, your small intestines are really excited. You got money now.
It's the point is you got to challenge your immune system, man. You got to challenge your body by putting toxic things inside.
Salmon from Denny's will do it.
Yeah, that's toxic. Clay Travis, Outkick, and Fox Sports as well, at Clay Travis on Twitter. Thank you, Clay. Always great talking with you.
Hey, appreciate y'all having me. Thanks a lot.
All right, we'll see you, Clay, with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
Yeah, to answer your messy grilled cheese marshmallow answer, toast to oven, not toaster.
Yeah, you're showing me that.
No way you could do it in the actual toaster.
It does 100% screw up your toaster if you do it that way.
Yeah,
I guarantee.
no doubt.
I would try that. I'm not a big marshmallow guy, but I would give it a shot.
Jack says, love peanut butter and graham crackers. Richard D throws mayonnaise on a saltine cracker. You'd do that in a heartbeat.
I would. I've never done it, but yeah.
Yeah. Greg says, greatest sandwich ever is a grilled cheese with a hamburger dill pickle chips. They are really good. That's why you used to get them in school, I think. Layer of cheese. Oh, he does a whole layer of pickles. Wow. That's a lot. Hell of a burger at IHOP, says Patrick.
I'd like to try that right now. My wife, she'll do this next Saturday, not this coming Saturday, but I informed her that the next Saturday is the actual day I want the Viking feast for football. She does it every year at the opening Saturday, and she's like, oh, there are games this Saturday. I need to go to the grocery store. I'm like, no. No, not
Week
for week 0.
zero.
We're going to do we'll do that on week 1.
Is there one go-to, though, or is it
I was
always
about
different?
to tell you that. The one thing she makes that I'll eat all day, like she makes a meal for each meal, big breakfast, big lunch, big dinner. But the one thing she makes that I'll eat all day, she takes like caramel, and I don't know what all is in this, but I know it's caramel and toffee is chopped up in it, and it's made as an apple dip, but I dip Nilla wafers in it, and I can sit there and eat it all day. It is so freaking good. Love it.
Interesting.
Yeah. I'll try to get her to make an extra batch and bring some up here.
I've done it with the Granny Smith apples, but I've never done it with vanilla wafers.
It's made as an apple dip, but I'll take especially the mini Nilla wafers. Just one mini Nilla wafer, wipe it through there. Woo.
When we've done the fondue, the apples are the last to go.
Yeah, apples.
But this is sort of like a caramel apple.
Yeah, that's
feel
what it's
to
made
it.
for. But I prefer it with the Nilla wafers.
Shaker Jack has got to be dicking around. Oreos and mustard.
Ugh.
Oh,
There's
my
no
dear
way.
Lord.
Yeah, hard pass.
Daniel says, Brown, my wife makes the apple dip too.
So good, man.
Yeah.
So good. I'll try to bring some up here for you guys.
Justin goes Chinese food and chocolate pudding.
Oh, come on.
Well, not together. Like you chase it with chocolate pudding, maybe.
Our stews, I love pigs in a blanket on game day.
Oh, no doubt.
Yeah,
Pigs in a blanket are good anytime.
That's one of my go-tos.
Yeah.
Yeah. I really like the Kaneka-like sausage, the spicy sausage in a wrapped biscuit.
Well, I was down at Crampton Bowl. They had a good Kaneka sausage dog Thursday night for a high school game. Oh, man, it was so good.
Have y'all ever done the Kaneka with the jalapeno, the cream cheese, and the bacon wrapped around it?
It's called a Kaneka firecracker or something like that. Yeah.
The old firecracker.
Yeah,
jambalaya egg rolls now, though. Talk to me about that.
Yeah.
So it's an egg roll with jambalaya in it?
I'll try that.
Okay, all right.
Josh says I'm starving now. I'm about to go eat my
we always are.
my Lunchable in a second.
Yep. Frying bologna makes it totally a different creation. It does make it better to me.
Yeah, fried bologna with some cheese on top. I like that.
That is good.
A little mayonnaise on both sides of the bread.
But then he put peanut butter, though, with it. It's what threw me the wrong direction.
I'll try that. I'll try it.
Yeah. Mark says Kaneka wrapped in white bread, toasted in butter in a saute pan is the way he eats his.
Rotel, Prowl Prime, my wife she'll do that for the Viking feast for week 1. She'll do some Rotel with some spicy sausage in it.
I like it, but I just get...
Rotel, cheese, and spicy sausage.
I get too full in the Rotel.
Yeah, it's so good.
Kyle goes Smokies in the crock pot with barbecue and jelly sauce.
Yeah. I cannot wait for next Saturday.
Patrick calls the Lunchable the child's charcuterie.
It
really is.
You know, this is, I've got the Oscar Mayer. This is not like the old school yellow Lunchable. This is like the adult Lunchable. It's got more so of the Triscuit, like a Swiss cheese in there.
Shot of whiskey.
Yeah,
and some cured ham.
One of our next round packets in the squeeze. Instead of the what's the pouch drink?
Capri Sun.
Capri Sun. Instead of that,
Yeah.
you have one a
The
little
Kick-It Cooler?
a little vodka drink from
Yeah.
the next round drink there. That's really good. Mark says Brown Viking feast, Lance Viking funeral.
I'll take mine.
We can have one and the same, man.
Yes.
One could lead to the other. Part of the show today being brought to you by our friends at Way to Wellness. Now that we've talked about all this food, let's talk about staying in shape right now. I was by to see Leslie and her team yesterday. She's always blown away by all of you folks from the next round who are so nice and they swing by there. Leslie loves football season and want to remind you that when it's time for you to start thinking about getting healthy, getting that blood pressure, cholesterol in check, they've got a plan for you, and that's their website, aplanforme.com, aplanforme.com. No cookie cutter plan. Everything's designed for you. Program is overseen by board-certified professionals. Blood work, all the stuff that you need to do to stay in perfect health, they'll get you on the right track. And here's the best part. There's no contract. There's no sign-up fee, and you get a free consultation because you're a next round viewer and listener. No contract, no sign-up fee, and a free consultation. Just go to the website, aplanforme.com. If you're tired of being overweight, you want to feel better, they helped me lose 45 pounds and get my blood pressure and cholesterol in check a couple of years ago. They've helped me keep the weight off. They'll do it for you too. Aplanforme.com. It is Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
After years searching for a classic jacket that was functional in the field and the city, Tom Beckby couldn't find one he liked, so he decided to make his own. Since designing that first jacket in 2015, Tom Beckby has continued to draw inspiration from natural settings to produce classic outdoor equipment with time-tested rugged materials. Visit the brand new Tom Beckby store in Mountain Brook Village, a local business with the goal of outfitting you for the outdoors here in Alabama and wherever the road takes you. Mountain Brook Village or online, TomBeckby.com. That's Tom, BECKBE.com.
IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy all under one roof. It's our friends at Hydra Live Therapy. IV therapy treatments are packed with nutrients to increase energy, reduce stress and anxiety, and boost your immune system, and more. If you mention the next round at checkout, save 20% off any service. You can join the IV League today. Members are rewarded with deep discounts. Make sure you ask about that. Hydra Life Therapy open 7 days a week. Homewood, Tuscaloosa, and coming soon to Greystone. Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game in a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Summer weather is finally here. Make sure your air conditioner is ready for the Alabama heat. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemphill are the ones to call for all of your HVAC needs. Hemphill Services is a locally owned and operated independent train dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. Get the guys at Hemphill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to help you beat the Alabama heat this summer. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, do what I do. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090.
The Iron Bowl.
Jordan Hare Stadium behind us that saw a classic Iron Bowl, 24-22. The Crimson Tide holds on and wins in overtime.
The SEC Championship.
It is the SEC Roadshow Saturday morning in Atlanta.
The College Football Playoff.
It's our Cotton Bowl special from Dallas, Texas. We are live now.
The National Championship.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown with you up here in Indianapolis with the Playoff Fans Central.
The next round. You'll find us where the big games are played.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At nextround.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting nextround.store.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Nichols Outfitters' new fishing department has been a massive hit with outdoorsmen all across the greater Birmingham area and beyond. The team at Nichols Outfitters has stocked the department from floor to ceiling with all the brands you're looking for. Ducket Fishing, 13 Fishing, Rapala Lures, True Bass, Shimano, Daiwa Fishing, and 6th Sense Fishing. Find them all at the new Nichols Outfitters fishing department. At exit 242 in Pelham, come by and see for yourself what has quickly become the area's top fishing department in Birmingham. Nichols Outfitters and nicholsoutfitters.com.
Developing news on a new contract for Alabama head coach Nick Saban after I tell you about my friend Greg Nelson and Storm Restoration Roofing. If you want to use the best in the business, and I'll just say it like that. In fact, the Better Business Bureau calls him the best in the business. A+ rated. It's Greg Nelson, Greg from Pell City, Storm Restoration Roofing, one of the most respected roofing contractors in the South. We hang out with Greg all the time. Good family guy. His company's locally owned. He and his wife run the company. It's been locally owned for over 20 years. Insurance companies trust him, and he wants to do a great job for you. He does it in a variety of ways, and it starts with a free, no-cost inspection on your roof. Free, no-cost inspection, no obligation. 205-542-3531, 542-3531, or go to Facebook and just look up Greg from Pell City. He'll also pressure wash your metal roof. He'll get up there and he has a plan to treat any places that water may intrude your roof. The free inspection, I told you about that. Find out everything Greg can offer you and keep that number on standby for when there's storm damage to your roof. He takes care of that too. 205-542-3531, 542-3531 for a free no-cost inspection and more details. Greg from Pell City on Facebook, Storm Restoration Roofing. Last check, Kirby Smart was the highest paid coach in college football. New check, Ryan Brown.
That lasted, that was the last day of media days when we heard about that. So that lasted a good month, maybe a month. Nick Saban is now the highest paid coach in college football.
Dun, 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 dun. Not yet.
The Board of Trustees meeting today. It was a late ad, by the way, for a contract discussion for he and Greg Byrne on their agenda. Doesn't mean that they weren't planning it. I don't know, what the reason was, but it was a late ad on the agenda. Nick Saban will make this year $10.7 million, but he is now under contract through 2029, and what will be if all of it is paid out, a $93.6 million contract.
Now keep in mind,
$93.6 million through 2029.
Before this happened, the Big House, Michael Casagrande, told us last night that for records that date back to 2009, not even counting the first 2 years, he had passed the $100 million mark for salary earned.
Was that startling to you when you saw that number? Because it was to me a little bit. I just not stopped and done the math, really.
Yeah. So over $101 million in salary
that
earned.
Alabama has paid him. Yeah.
But then, our friend Brandon Marcello and others making a point. If you look at everything the program's accomplished, the amount enrollment has gone up, out of state. I mean, we said it a long time ago, worth every penny, worth a lot more than every penny. The buildings in Tuscaloosa, the housing, everything, worth every penny of it.
The SEC deal with ESPN. I mean, Alabama's success over the last 15 years has played a huge role in how much more every school in the SEC is getting. Don't think it hasn't.
Well, think about it like this.
Now, Alabama's not alone, but they played a huge part.
The evolution of college football and where we are monetarily with college football, because if we went back to Gene Stallings' first year in 1990, let's just go there for argument's sake. Nick Saban and Kirby Smart are making more per year than every coach in that league combined in 1990.
Yeah.
In Nick Saban's career, he probably made more than every coach's salary combined in college football in 1990.
Probably so.
Yeah.
There's a couple interesting things in this. First of all, this is, as I pointed out on Twitter, the most Jimmy Sexton move ever. You go to Georgia and say, my guy just won the national championship and he beat Nick Saban. How's he not the highest paid coach in college football? And Georgia's like, Jimmy, you're right. Write him the check. And then you turn right around and go to Alabama and be like, this guy just won one national championship. He's going to pass the guy that taught him everything he knows and won 7. How's my guy not the highest paid guy? Jimmy, they're both your guys.
Jimmy's good at what he does, but
Yes.
I think we could do what Jimmy does based on that.
It does seem the easiest money Jimmy Sexton ever made.
Yeah,
So.
just negotiating these two contracts.
What does it top out at, though?
It tops out at 12.7 in 2029. Now, here's what's interesting, though. There are 4 basically completion bonuses. I don't know if you read anything at all into this.
No, it's huge.
I think you read something into it personally. Yep. He's got a completion bonus at the end of this year that is $800,000 that would bring his total compensation to 10.7. At the end of next year, $800,000, 11.1. At the end of 2024, $800,000, which will bring it to $11.5 million. And then at the end of 2025, there's a completion bonus of $800,000 that would make it 11.9, almost $12 million. So over the next 4 years, Nick Saban gets $800,000 for just breathing at the end of the year.
I don't want to phrase it like that, but just for finishing the season.
Okay,
yes.
You can phrase it however you want. As long as he's alive, he's getting the money. I find that very significant because for a couple of reasons. Number one, it ends at the end of 2025, and his actual overall compensation drops. Now, you can renegotiate the deal at any time. So, but the thing I find most interesting is, I know Nick Saban's made a lot of money, but why would you put a completion bonus through 2025? If in your mind you're not thinking, of course I'll be coaching through 20, why would you even go to that trouble? Does that make sense?
No. Yeah, but no, to me that shows you that's just an extra way to throw in more money. And if I'm an Alabama fan, I read into it that contractually speaking, he's all in through 2025.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. Why would you agree to a completion bonus if in your mind you're not all in through 2025?
Yeah, I'm all in on 2025, and then
that's my point.
When we renegotiate it again, if that goes out to 2027 or 2029, yeah. I mean, like Saban doesn't coach past 2025 is what Mark's saying. LSU
I wouldn't
fan.
say that, but I would say it shows. I think he coaches at least until 2025.
Do you think there's any significance to this? 2025 will be his 20th season in Alabama.
Maybe so. Yeah. When is the
Ross says no way he makes it to 2029?
But I'll tell you.
Oh, I don't know. I wouldn't doubt that guy.
But I mean, right now, if he stays healthy, everything looks good through 2025.
And I was going to say, I guarantee you pull Alabama fans 4 more years of Nick Saban, you take it.
Yeah. When is the I'm going to pull this up.
Because that's at least one more national championship.
When is the future game against West Virginia? Because a lot of people pointed at that.
Remember, I said that when that game was announced, I was like, Michael says West Virginia game is in 2026.
Okay, at West Virginia.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I think I would have at least included it through 2026 if I'm thinking that's going to be my farewell. So those two not coinciding, I don't know that I'd read anything into that. If like they coincided as that was the game in West Virginia, you might start looking at that saying. But again, I don't think this guy's wired to think this way.
We expect him to get on the plane and fly back from Morgantown. It's not like he's going to stay up there, Terry. Remember we lived over there?
No, I don't think
I bought that house.
I don't think he'll live another day in West Virginia.
Yeah,
I'm just saying, a lot of people thought that game at West Virginia was indicative of maybe the start of the retirement for Nick Saban.
I just cannot believe we're talking about Nick Saban maybe going into year 20 at Alabama.
Yeah, through 2025, year 20. I mean, people had him written off in 2012, right?
2012 to Texas. But even before that, I mean, I don't know how you guys were doing a different show than we were when he took the job. And I said initially, I think he'll be there 3 to 5 years and win a national championship. I said probably 5 years, but that's max.
See, I used to always say his label as a job jumper I thought was unfair to him. And I didn't think he was just job jumping into Alabama. But even that said, I thought it'd be like 7 years. I mean, I thought he'll give a good 7-8 years. Maybe he goes back to the NFL. I don't know what he'll do, but he'll do 7 or 8 years at Alabama. I mean, most people were saying he's only going to be there 2 or 3 years. The guy's a job jumper. I thought that was an unfair label to him.
Yeah, when you're going from a certain job to another level job.
Yeah, and he was always climbing the ladder. I mean, until he got to the NFL, he's like, made a huge mistake. Got to go back. And he went back to a premier power in Alabama that was a sleeping giant, obviously.
I know Paul gets the credit, but my show was before Paul's.
No.
Rita Rodriguez.
You ran her off.
I never get enough credit for that.
It'll be part of the documentary.
I think we owe it to Lance.
Yeah,
you're right. Paul gets all the headlines on that, Lance.
It'll be part of the documentary right there. What probably happened is Paul heard you say it.
I think he did.
Yeah, and brought it back up on the show. All right, so Nick Saban with a new contract. He's now officially the highest paid coach in college football. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, he is.
All right.
Yep. I think that's fair, right?
Other side of that is Greg Burns' contract is renegotiated. Now, if you remember, there was a time Greg Burns' name was bouncing around as new commissioner for the Big 12. He was in the hunt to be the commissioner for the Pac-12. He's a wanted guy in college athletics. In fact, he could be the president of the NCAA someday. That's the reputation Greg Byrne has in college athletics. So Alabama has made a commitment to Greg Byrne as well, long term, throwing him some more money and trying to keep him in Tuscaloosa as well, which I think is a big deal too, because I don't know anybody who doesn't think Greg's doing a good job as the AD in Tuscaloosa.
Yeah, I think he's viewed as one of the best ADs right now in college sports, and I think there is something to the fact that he's got a great relationship with Nick Saban and Nate Oates.
Yeah.
And both of those guys really respect him.
Yeah, and if you're a Bama basketball fan, Antoine Petway in this one as well, which I think you would find interesting too, or find encouraging. I think Alabama fans know Petway's recruiting prowess, and that's been a really good recruiting staff for Nate Oates. So you definitely want to keep him happy.
Seems like a backbone to that program.
Yeah. So all in all, if you are an Alabama fan, this is a good report. You're keeping your head coach the highest paid guy in football. You weren't in danger of losing him, but you're keeping him the highest paid guy in football, keeping him happy. He's showing, it appears in this, a longer-term commitment than many think. And you're keeping your athletic director who's got this thing running about as well as it's run. And you're keeping Antoine Petway happy. So
Who's a monster on the recruiting trail.
That's a win all around if you're an Alabama fan.
Yeah, so all good news today in the contract front from Tuscaloosa. Patrick says, Greg Burns great at choosing jobs. Imagine leaving Alabama to be the Pac-12 commissioner, and then early on the job, USC and UCLA leaves.
Yeah.
That would have been a bad one.
That would have been horrible timing.
Oh, that one sucks.
No doubt.
Yeah. Hunter says, all right, Greg, now that you got the raise, where's Nate Oates' new basketball gym?
Well, he's got
That's
the
already
drawings.
laid out, right?
They got the drawings in the land, right? They just got to start digging.
Yeah. Blake says, you think Saban's last Iron Bowl will be a home year or an away year?
The away year might kill him the way those go turn there if he gets too old.
Yeah. I would say a away year could be his last one.
Yeah.
That could be the one that forces you out. Ball bounces off a light post and right into the hands of a Auburn receiver behind the secondary for the game winner.
In fact, if Saban gets too old, I don't think they should let him coach the Road Iron Bowls. It's just too bad. It's too bad on his heart. Coach, you're going to sit this one out. We're going to let Bill O'Brien handle this one. Pete Golding's going to be the interim head coach.
At Next Round Live on Twitter, we always encourage you, if you don't, to go follow us there at Next Round Live on Twitter. I know fewer and fewer of you use Twitter every year, but at Next Round Live, go jump on there.
Is that true?
I think they've taken a dip recently.
Oh, have they?
Yeah, but I don't know if that is true or not.
You just threw it out there like it was.
Well, I don't know if our listeners and viewers, I don't have any
Okay.
scientifically, I think Twitter use is down.
Gotcha. I understand.
Yeah. Royal Payne. Each year that passes, we get closer to Pete Golding being the new Kirby Smart. Would the fan base melt down at a PG coach in waiting in 2025? Pete Golding coach in waiting in 2025.
I don't think Pete Golding will be on this staff that long. I think Pete will either run his time in Tuscaloosa and Saban will move to a new guy, or Pete will get a head coaching job at some point.
I agree.
I don't think Pete Golding will ever be the head coach at Alabama, but I think if he is, that means he's had a successful run at Alabama and Nick Saban has signed off on it. I don't know what more you would want from there.
Milkman 256, one of our longtime viewers and listeners, wants to be reminded, what did Lance do to run Rich Rod off? Now that Rich Rod's at Jacksonville State, You want to do a little synopsis of the story?
I mean, look, you guys had heard that it was kind of a done deal that Rich Rodriguez was coming to Tuscaloosa, so just doing some background checks on Rich Rod, I was just looking at him and the family, and not saying I'm mature by any means at my current age now, but back then I really would just say things off the cuff, and I saw a picture of Rita Rodriguez for the first time, and I was like, oh, my God. I forgot exactly how I phrased it. Something about
coal miner's daughter.
No, is what I would guess.
It was something about
coal miner's daughter.
Bad color. She'd been in a tanning bed for a while. She looked like she maybe had swung from a pole. I mean, it was really
just tame stuff. Like
improper stuff to say.
Right.
But then I think Paul got it and ran with it a little bit further, and she got wind of it. And I really think I think there was something to that. I really do.
Now, he has played that down he was asked about it when he got the Jack State job.
Yeah.
And he's downplayed that a little bit. That I wasn't Rita. I went back and I just couldn't leave West Virginia. It meant too much to me. Yada yada yada.
Boy, if he'd have stayed at West Virginia all these years, I wonder what West Virginia would look like right now as a football program.
I think they'd be a power.
I do too. Mike Griffith, speaking of powers, coming up at the top of the hour. We'll talk a little Georgia football and SEC football with him when we get to that. Also on the next segment, a couple of things going on in the sports world. Kenny Lofton allegedly sending pictures of his Louisville Slugger, and Gary Busey doing something. A couple of TMZ stories for you. That and a lot more when we come back on the show that's being brought to you today in part by our friends right there, Redmond Vodka and Redmond Distilling.
Yeah, look, if you're looking for a great vodka, how about supporting local? It's locally owned and operated. Charles Barkley, one of the great faces behind Redmond Vodka. Their aim is clarity and taste. It's color and smell. It's vodka perfection. Redmond Vodka made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides that smooth finish, no harsh aftertaste, 8 times distilled. Available at your local package and ABC stores. Also available in 20 states. It's Redmond Vodka.
All the stories important to us are in one place. Catch the morning rounds each weekday at nextroundlive.com.
Unexpected expenses are every homeowner's nightmare. The longer you wait, the more the expense. That's why if you have water, fire, or mold damage to your home or business, you should call DryTech immediately. The quicker you call, the more you save. DryTech's professionals are accustomed to dealing with these situations and can guide you toward the quickest and most efficient solution to your problem. DryTech also offers 24/7 emergency services, so let DryTech prevent a minor problem from becoming a major one. Call DryTech 205-637-0143 or go online to mydrytech.com. By now, you know I love the game of golf and getting on the golf course as much as I can. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Simply put, Ballantrae Golf Club in Pelham is one of the best public golf courses I have ever played. It's always in fantastic condition. The people out there are so friendly. They just treat you like family. They're happy you're there. And the pace of play, they keep it moving. Those are all things that are important to me. See them for yourself. 620-GOLF, 620-4653 to make a tee time in Ballantrae. Also improve your game with a professional staff of Hal Brown, Jerry Applegate, Jay Chambers, all great teachers for Ballantrae Golf Club, just off I-65 in Pelham.
Hey parents, is your son or daughter moving to Tuscaloosa this fall? Tyler Bigby can help. Listen to this former client of Tyler's.
Hello folks, my name is Toby Banks, and Tyler has helped us sell, buy, and sell again while our sons were at Bama. We saved over $84,000 by purchasing a home through Tyler versus paying rent for 7 years.
If you're considering buying or selling, call Tyler Bigby with the Advantage Realty Group, 205-826-6476. Once again, that's 205-826-6476. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you, 969-8100 or Michelson. LaserVision.com. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app. Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
All right, back with you on the Next Round. As we roll into the top of the hour, we'll talk about Georgia, who's our 40-40 team today at number 3. That just means football starts this weekend. Don't forget, Friday is our guarantee show, 3 guarantees. Our buddy David Walls, who works up here with us and has been a longtime mentor of ours, sent me his 3 last night. If you're not familiar with the show, on Friday, we will take your 3 guarantees for college football, 3 things you guarantee will happen. LT is going to leave us his. He's not here on Friday, so hopefully you'll do a video version and tell us your 3 on the air, and we'll drop that video in on Friday. So start thinking about those. Get your 3 guarantees ready, and they can be as extreme as you want them to be or as vanilla as you want them to be, but obviously the more extreme, the more fun we have. But we want you to really believe them, that you guarantee they're going to happen this college football season. And I always go back. I don't know if it was Bobby from Homewood or who back in 2010 said, Cam Newton's going to win the Heisman, Auburn's going to win the national championship, and we on Guaranteed Friday went,
laughed him off the show.
It wasn't Bobby. It was somebody else.
Well, we laughed him off the show.
But it was a joke, though. I mean, look, nobody knew
they were
that.
Right. They were right.
Not a joke if it happens.
That's the equivalent of somebody saying Anthony Richardson will win the Heisman and Florida will win the national championship.
If that happens, I'm going to applaud them and say that was an incredible Guarantee Friday by you.
But that's my point. You got to believe it, and then if it happens, you end up being a star on the show for years and years. I mean, we don't remember your name, but we talk about it. We give somebody else all the credit, but we talk about it for years.
We remember the event. That's what's important.
Part of our show brought to you by the folks at the University of Montevallo, where they did not teach me to forget things in journalism, but they did teach me to have a good time at the University of Montevallo. Your son or daughter, if they're thinking about a great place to go to college, remember the name Montevallo. Montevallo, great institution right there. Perfect maybe for your son or daughter. Class sizes 14-to-1 student ratio. It's going to help them academically. Great athletics. 21 NCAA Division II sports. Fully funded scholarship sports there. Buildings going up. Multi-million-dollar theater department. My daughter is a part of the theater department down there. That building is immaculate. Perfect building right there. Business school has been rebuilt, and it's just a beautiful campus. Haven't raised tuition in 5 years. 5 years. Check them out. Schedule an in-person tour. Montevallo.edu. Montevallo.edu. SMU opens up the season at home against Lamar. Rhett Lashley, our buddy, used to be at Auburn, is now the head coach there. A lot of rain in the Dallas Metroplex lately. Look at their field. What happened to their field? Turf field.
It looks like a football.
It does. It is shaped into a football.
And it's
right
got
now.
the laces right there.
Oh,
at the top.
I thought that was. I really did.
No, that is what we'd like to call a turf island, not designed to be that way.
No. We got some water into the field, unfortunately. We're gonna probably have to redo that.
Be tricky to kick off that.
Yeah. Or putt across it if you're playing golf.
The old buried elephant.
But it is that's not designed to be that way at Gerald R. Ford Stadium there.
A lot of rain in Dallas. They got some flooding issues, as you can see there.
Yeah, so that's pretty crazy.
Is that a week 0 or do they play next Saturday?
Week 1, not this
week 1.
weekend,
Okay,
but
so they
week
got
1,
time to get that fixed.
Patrick says you need Dr. Pimple Popper for that one, 100%.
I cannot watch those videos.
So disgusting.
My daughter and wife love it.
I cannot do it.
Love it. Oh my goodness! If I have if I'm like, we're about to go out to the pool and I have a bump on my back or something, I have to keep them away from me like vultures, that they'll come running up. Let me get that, Dad. I'm like, no, get away. Yuck. No. Speaking of yuck and no, Kenny Lofton's a business owner. I can't remember what business it is. But he's now in trouble, being sued, apparently through his companies. No pictures, please, Forrester, as he's searching for pictures. On his DM, his social media director and another person filing suit against Kenny Lofton. Apparently, he was using the company DM to send out pictures of, as I said, going to break his Louisville Slugger.
Whoa. Does he have his own social media?
He's using his company.
Oh, you know what's at play here.
But he owns it.
Well, I know he owns the company, but he's got a paramour, and instead of using his own DM, he's going to use the company DM. And unfortunately for Kenny, he's not the only one that has access to said company DM.
Yeah,
obviously.
or do you think it was one of those where he forgot to make the switch back and forth?
That could happen too, because that occasionally happens.
I don't know, but I just know when you start sending those pics out there, it becomes bad news for you when there's a lawsuit involved.
No doubt, and there's no doubt. Like when I'm assuming Kenny's married, I don't know, but if he is or has a serious girlfriend and she finds out, the explanation of why it was on the company DM is going to, I don't guess it really matters, does it?
Yeah, probably not.
You're sending those photos to a female that's not your wife or girlfriend. It's probably going to hurt either way.
And then there's, you don't have Gary Busey.
Yeah, somebody sent me the story. I didn't look at it though, but it sounded pretty wild, but it sounded like right in the wheelhouse of Gary Busey.
Yeah. I mean, even way back when Entourage was a show on HBO.
Yeah, he was on there.
Yeah, he was on there, and he was a crazy character, and that's been, over a decade since that was a show.
I mean, think about, the original Lethal Weapon. He played Joshua, one of the bad guys, and the original Lethal Weapon was 1987, probably, 86.
So Gary apparently is accused of...
he played the bear, too. Remember that?
He did play the bear. He never been nothing but a winner. Gary apparently did... He at a Monster Fest allegedly groped a few folks
at a truck monster.
No, not
truck
monster
rally.
Like I assume it's some kind of Comic-Con type
I got
thing.
You. I see what you're saying. Yeah,
Rockstar. I'm not sure we need this picture, but
so is Brandon that after all this happens, there's a random picture of him taking his britches off on a park bench.
Yeah.
So he goes to Malibu, overlooking the Pacific. Now it's a beautiful view. He sits down there and looks around, drops his pants, and
maybe he's feeding the birds.
Yep.
That's one way of doing it.
As the story goes to say, there's paparazzi everywhere, but the story goes on to say he, at that point, after he pulled his pants down while looking at the Pacifics, performed a lewd act and then smoked a cigar for 30 minutes.
Smuff says his balls was hot.
I understand.
I understand.
Why don't you take your pants off?
I mean, it's bad enough you rolled through Monster Fest allegedly groping women, then you go look at the ocean by yourself and enjoy the wonder body that is yourself. Mm-hmm. And then you're going to sit there for 30 minutes smoking a cigar, enjoying the afternoon.
Well, here are a couple of things with Gary Busey. First of all, it's a long history of a lot of recreational drugs, but he also had a terrible motorcycle accident where he actually wasn't wearing a helmet and hit a utility pole with his head.
Oh, no.
Oh,
yeah.
Well, that'll leave some damage.
So you're thinking that
Gary's not thinking
He's
straight.
got some CTE.
Little scrambled eggs up there.
Yep.
I thought those were, as they came across the feed today, I think credit to Big Lead, who had those in some of their top reads today. I was like, what is going on, man?
I haven't heard Kenny Lofton's name in forever.
Nor have I. That's how you get back in the news, though.
Or seen a picture of him in a long, long time. Matt Austin did an interview yesterday on the Feinbaum Show with Alyssa Lang, who was filling in yesterday.
The former referee?
Yeah, Matt Austin, who's head of SEC officiating now. I think
No. He's SEC Network, ABC now.
Yeah, as an analyst.
As an analyst, but he's not head of officiating.
Oh, he's not a head of officiating? Okay.
No.
But he's the guy that will come on and, Matt, what did you see on the replay? Well, I think they're going to overrule this. And he's that guy now.
Yeah, that's him.
So he was asked by Alyssa Lang, who was filling in, loudest stadium in the SEC, in your opinion, your years of refereeing going around. And he gave great respect to Tiger Stadium at night at LSU.
That's what most people would say.
Which is where I always land. I've been to them all, and I've been to all of them at night games. And that's where I usually land is Tiger Stadium in LSU.
Yeah, it's one of two for me, Tiger Stadium or
Jordan-Hare. Jordan-Hare in a big
game,
Iron Bowl,
day or
game,
night.
whatever.
It is a crazy place. Ranks high with me. Not where Matt went. Matt said night game, Columbia, South Carolina is the loudest game he's ever been at.
I've been to a night game in Columbia, and I do tell people all the time, if you've never gone to see your team play a game in Columbia, you really should. It's a great fan base that has had no reason to be great. For whatever reason, they just come in. My pastor is a big – you guys met him at the kickoff. I don't know if you met him.
I did not get a chance to meet him.
Lance met him at the kickoff party. He's a South Carolina graduate. And
I was slow getting to him, and apparently the folks at Blakely Bouquets.
That's
I apologize that I did not get over to you fast enough.
They love me, though. She loves me.
Not that much.
She's somewhere this side of a women's prisoner, but she loves me. So he says only South Carolina would choose to pregame wave white towels. I mean, we're literally surrendering before the game. Why could it not be a garnet towel or a black towel? Why did it have to be white? Why did we pick white? And he makes a great point there. But that is a tough place to play.
Yeah,
it's a fun place to go to a game. I don't say tough place to play. Fun place to go to a game.
I'll never forget the only time I went was Alabama was playing there. It ended up being a really good game. I think Alabama jumped out early. I think Tyler Watts was the quarterback.
Oh, I remember that, the Franchione years.
Yeah. And then South Carolina came back and ultimately won that game.
Lou Holt's the coach.
But it was the first post 9-1-1 game, 9/11 game. I don't know why I said 9-1-1. 9/11 game for college football. And so there was a really special atmosphere. But I do remember South Carolina fans getting on some of the Alabama fans that I was with.
Now, Dunaway, you were there for Sandstorm all day.
I was.
Yeah.
For the
that takes it down a couple of levels, too.
Yeah.
That was 2010, right?
Yeah, 2010. Yeah, the Stephen Garcia game. That was a good. You'd have to say it's a good atmosphere.
No,
right?
it was great atmosphere, and that was a 231. 231. So that was Matt's answer yesterday on the SEC Network. We've got Mike Griffith standing by on the other side. We'll talk to Mike about the defending national champs, and now Kirby Smart, the second highest paid coach in the country when it comes to college football after Nick Saban's new contract. As we make it to the top of the hour, a reminder that Bud Light, the great folks with Bud Light, bring you this show on a daily basis. We appreciate them so much. Bud Light Next, available wherever you buy beer. 0 carbs, 80 calories. That's all it is. It's been a great, fun summer of 2022. Thanks to Bud Light and Bud Light Next. We've got much more coming up college football in the second half of the show. Stay with us.
Follow Sean Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Did you know that many professional athletes have their shoes custom fitted to their feet? At New Balance Birmingham, we think everyone should have perfect fitting shoes. So our in-store fit specialists take precise measurements to determine your foot size, shape, and gait before matching you with the perfect New Balance shoe. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. New Balance Birmingham. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin.
Hi, welcome to Culver's.
Just ask our team member Sarah.
When you order a Culver's Butterburger, you're never just a customer. You're a guest in our home. It's why we cook each Butterburger to order just for you, right down to getting the perfect sear on the beef. That extra care may be a small town thing, but it's big time important to us.
Let us serve you with a smile that stretches from our hometown to yours. Welcome to Delicious.
Holly Mack Wilson just sold the Johnsons a new home. Not a house, a home. She helped them put a swing in the backyard, helped move the grill to the back patio, and watched as the Johnsons put their great-grandmother's piano in the foyer. A house is a dwelling. A home is a place filled with love and memories. Call Holly Mack Wilson, your Tuscaloosa Keller Williams Realtor, 205-901-9446, or check out our website, hollymackhomes.com, and let Holly Mack Wilson help you find your dream home where you can make your own memories.
IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy all under one roof. It's our friends at HydroLive. Mention Next Round at checkout. Save 20% off any service. HydroLive's got 3 locations, Homewood, Tuscaloosa, and coming soon to Greystone.
Vulcan Tire and Automotive is hiring. If you want to take advantage of joining in with a local growing company in the automotive service industry, this is the opportunity for you. Hiring oil and tire technicians and more experienced mechanics. If you've got the talent and the desire, there is a spot for you at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Stop by one of their 4 locations and the manager on site can walk you through the pay scale, great benefits, and flexible work schedule. Get paid to build your future in the industry. Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Summer weather is finally here. Make sure your air conditioner is ready for the Alabama heat. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the ones to call for all of your HVAC needs. Hemp Hill Services is a locally owned and operated independent train dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. Get the guys at Hemp Hill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to help you beat the Alabama heat this summer. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, do what I do. Call Hemp Hill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090. Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Top of the hour, second half of the show, always brought to you by our friends at Champy's world famous fried chicken, champyschicken.com, right there on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Go by there and see them for lunch and dinner, and for the big weekend coming up. I'll tell you, Thompson's hungry after their loss to open up the season, so a good time to swing by Champy's and quench that hunger down there if you're a Thompson High School football fan. But anybody in the area, Champy's Chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster, Mississippi Delta recipe tamales, wonderful fried chicken, the biggest chicken fingers hand cut by Sterling and the crew. Make it happen. It's champyschicken.com. We'll talk later more on the Georgia Bulldogs after we talk to Mike Griffith. They're our 40-40 team today. They come in at number 3, but they, we have to remind everybody, defending national champs.
I don't think you have to remind people. I think they remember it around here. Mike Griffith is with us. 64 voters, Mike, of our audience, football analysts, people that, just like our show, voted Georgia number 3. Welcome in. How are you today?
I'm doing great, guys. Thank you.
Mike is on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Before we get to that, the news that Nick Saban is now the highest paid coach in college football. I mean, I don't think it's a surprise that he's going to bump back in front of Kirby Smart. How will that be received among Georgia fans just a month after Kirby was the highest paid college football coach?
Well, I don't think fans, really care too much about that. I mean, I think it is a surprise. I mean, I think it's a bit of a surprise. I mean, didn't they just renegotiate Nick's contract a couple years ago?
Yeah. It's a rolling ball for Nick Saban. It's going to get.
If they renegotiated Dabo's, I think he's like 2 or 3 years past his last renegotiation. So, I mean, it is what it is. It's Alabama doing it just for the effect of hey, we still have the highest paid coach. And if you've got, I don't know what the schools and the roads are like in that state, or the school. If you got those millions of dollars to burn, man, burn it. I mean, I get it. I mean, I understand. I mean, do I think it matters to Nick Saban? No. How much of that money does he even spend? I mean, outside of a few days on the lake, this guy works year round. I mean, this is more about what his wife's going to do with the money, probably. I know he does some great work with charity, though. I'll say that. So, that's important. But contract talk is one of those things. College football, guys, I got to tell you, I don't think any of us got into covering college football or developed a passion for it because of, coaches making $10 million a year or players driving Porsches or, doing commercials for Dr. Pepper or recruiting visits, eating lobster. That's not what appeals to me. I know it's part of the game now, but I don't think that's how college football grew the sport. I think it's more about, the tradition, the love, and the passion that the players have for the school, their determination to represent the state, certainly in Alabama. You can go back and look at the dynamics of Alabama and Auburn football and what made it so special, the source of pride that it was for the state at a very difficult time in terms of the civil rights movement 60 years ago. I mean, this is grounded in state pride and state passion. And I suppose if money is the way to represent that, but my goodness, at Alabama, there's so many other great things about college football that, for me, salaries has always been kind of one of those stories you got to write, not one that you really look forward to writing about.
So, Mike, when Alabama loses 10 to 12 players to the NFL, the expectation for Alabama fan the next year is, hey, we restock, we win another national championship. Georgia loses 15 guys to the NFL draft this year. They're coming off that first national championship in 41 years. Are Georgia's fans' expectations national championship or bust?
I don't think national championship or bust. I think college football playoff or bust, which would mean beating Alabama. I mean, I think Georgia fans have kind of set themselves up a little bit in the sense of, getting irritated that Nick Saban used the word rebuilding. I mean, look, it's all semantics, guys. I mean, in college football, you rebuild or you reload every year. You lose guys to the NFL, and now you lose guys to the portal. So, I mean, technically every year is a rebuilding year or a reloading year. But Georgia fans, felt like that somehow slighted their championship. I didn't feel that way. Their number came up. They had a great defense. It was an outlier year where a great defense was able to win a championship. And, the reality is Alabama had some untimely injuries that they weren't able to overcome. Georgia also had some tough injuries, but they had more depth. They were a deeper team. They cycled into more depth last year with all the seniors that elected to stay, much like Alabama 2020. I mean, didn't they lose Waddle? And yet they still had the depth to be this dynamic offense. Well, Georgia had the depth last year when they lost J.T. Daniels, their quarterback, and Adam Anderson, their leading sacker. They lose arguably their best offensive and defensive players and fill in with fifth-year seniors and win, right? So now this year, Bama is the deep team, and Georgia is experiencing some issues with depth already, with injuries at receiver and wide receiver and running back. So I think Georgia's mega talented. I think Kirby's brought the right mindset here. Nobody's complacent. They've moved way past it in the football building. The fans are holding on to it. They're going to give you every Stetson Bennett statistic they can from now to kickoff. They're going to hold on for dear life to that championship. But the team is way past it, and to the point of everybody looking over their shoulder at their jobs in that Georgia clubhouse.
Yeah, I've loved the way Kirby's approached it. And we talked to him over at SEC Media Days. If injury did happen to Stetson Bennett, is it Vandegrift or is it Beck right now, in your opinion, that would take the ball over from Stetson?
Yeah, it just depends on the situation. I mean, if you're 10 points behind, Carson Beck is a guy that can throw it around the yard. I mean, he's an Alabama commit. He'd be starting at Alabama right now. Do you realize that? And people go, wait a minute, stop the music, pull over. What's he talking about? Bryce Young's better than this guy. Yeah, he is. But when I talked to Bryce's dad, Craig, last year before the SEC championship game, he said, we weren't even really looking that hard at Alabama before Carson Beck decommitted. So think about that script, right? And the what-if machine. So, yeah, he's a talented guy, obviously. And he's in his third year. He knows the offense. But he's just lacked a little focus and consistency and hasn't quite been ready when his moments come. And meanwhile, Brock Vandegrift now in his second year, and oh, by the way, he'd probably be starting at Oklahoma. He was a 5-star commit to Oklahoma. Now he's caught up. He's learned this Monken offense. Not quite as well as Beck. Doesn't see the field as well as Beck, but he's big and strong, and when he runs the ball, good luck. I mean, this guy is a horse. He's kind of like John Elway when he's on the rollout. Just a shotgun arm, but not quite as adept at seeing the field. So he'd be more apt to come in, I think, run the offense similar to Stetson, right? That RPO, play-action shot offense you saw last year, a lot of utilization of the tight ends, the short pass game, the control passes, screens to the running backs, and then the deep ball off the play-action. Whereas Beck, I think, can make that intermediate throw and maybe use a little bit more of the field, but maybe not quite the runner that Brock Vandegrift is.
Mike Griffith is with us, Dog Nation, part of the AJC, and he is on Twitter at Mike Griffith32. You also see him on the SEC Network at Mike Griffith32. The injury to freshman Andrew Paul at running back means what to Georgia?
It means they're down to 4 scholarship running backs, and one of those guys has pulled hamstring and didn't scrimmage, Kendall Milton. So you're really down to 3 guys that have been practicing. One of them's a true freshman.
Wow.
So you're talking about 2 healthy guys, experienced guys that have been through the 2 scrimmages. I think Milton will be back. I think they're being careful, but you guys know how hamstring injuries are. I mean, that's for a dynamic skill position player. That's not good. And Kendall's a force, and when he's healthy, I think I call him the moose. I mean, the guy's just got such deceptive speed and forward lean. I think he's got some real NFL potential if he can put it all together. Kenny McIntosh is a really good back, really, really good back. I don't know if I've ever told you guys this story, but when Kenny came on his recruiting visit to Alabama, and not the current running backs coach, but I forget who the running backs coach was, but there was a list on his desk of running backs that Alabama was recruiting. It said first tier, second tier, third. They had Kenny listed on the second tier. And how do I know that? Because one of Kenny's relatives saw the list and took a picture of it. And that's never left his mind, that Alabama considered him a second-tier back. So make note of that. That's a potential storyline for December. Kenny is currently the number 3 rated running back in the NFL per Todd McShay, behind Bijan Robinson and Jahmyr Gibbs, right? The guy that
who's in Alabama, as it turns out. Yeah.
But you know what?
In Tuscaloosa, we call that the first tier and the second tier.
Well, I'm trying to figure out, Gibbs at Georgia Tech. So, like last year, he didn't play against Georgia. He said, nope, not going out
He
there.
was saving his legs for Alabama.
Nick Saban held him out of that game.
He will this year.
I'm not sure what to make of that. I guess my question is, is this a guy that's going to finish the season at Bama if things don't go? I mean, you just wonder. I mean, seriously, guys. I mean, if you're the star player and you don't play in the biggest game, I mean, wow, what went wrong there with leadership and commitment and what's going on in that Tech clubhouse? And that's just an eye-opener. I can't remember the last time an elite player pulled themselves out of a rivalry game, but, I guess this is the day and age we live in.
So Brock Bowers was fantastic as a true freshman last year. Eric Gilbert comes over. A lot of fanfare with this guy. What's his impact going to be, and how often do we see both of those guys on the field at the same time?
Yeah, I mean, Eric is. I mean, he's incredible. I mean, he really is. I mean, he's Kyle Pitts talent-wise, speed, and strength, and receiver skills. I mean, just seems too good to be true, right? I mean, if you're making yourself a receiver in a video game, you're going to build Eric Gilbert. But look, there's a reality here. There's a young guy who's transitioning, who sat out last year with some personal issues and had a great spring, but he's still adjusting. I mean, listen, Georgia, Alabama, these places ain't for everybody. The tempo, the pressure, day in and day out, the demand on football, and he's adjusting to that. He's doing fine, But Kirby said, hey, this is something, you bring a guy like this along. So it's a long season, right? It's a long season, and you're deep in the tight end room. You're going to see him on SportsCenter highlights. I mean, this guy's unbelievable. I'm telling you, mark it down. This guy is unbelievable, but he's still growing. Now, Darnell Washington, grown man football, 6'7", 280. Good luck. He'll knock you on your ass. He'll out jump you. He'll run over you with the football, block you, whatever. I mean, this guy's consummate tight end. And then you guys mentioned Brock Bowers, right? A throwback to the galloping ghost there. I mean, good grief. This kid made so many yards after the catch. As a freshman, you're just, Captain America's strength. Just like, where did this come from? How does a guy from Napa, California, who doesn't play his senior year, break onto the scene and set a tight end's record for receptions and yardage and then a school record for touchdown? Even Nick Saban was talking about how great this guy was. So, to your point, he had an unbelievable freshman season. Teams will know where number 19 is this year. That should open some things up. To your point, you asked about tight ends on the field. I thought 3 tight end, but with the comments on Gilbert lately, I think you're going to see a lot of 2 tight end formations early, and I think they're going to evolve into that because they've got other really talented tight ends too. Oscar Delp, another name to look for, an incoming freshman who has a lot of the same markings that Brock Bowers did.
All right, he is Mike Griffith, the Dog Nation, part of the AJC. You can follow him on Twitter at MikeGriffith32. It is always fun, Mike. We greatly appreciate the time.
Appreciate it, guys. Have a good one.
Buddy, take care. Mike with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Excellent line by you. Nick Saban held him out of that game.
Yeah.
It's really well played.
I mean, but I don't know if Jameer knew where he was going at that point, but Georgia Tech's not going to a bowl game with their record. Georgia has one of the nastiest defenses in the history of college football. I'm going to have to carry the ball 20 times today and get my you-know-what
no thank you
knocked in the dirt.
And I'm playing somewhere next year, and it ain't here.
And my chance of going to the NFL is going to be somewhere else next year. I don't want to go into the year, But, some people would call him out for that. I just, let's see how he finishes up this year if there's a playoff spot on the line or if it is the playoffs. Part of our show every day is our friends at New Life Art. Rockstar's about to give us his viewing menu, but we were just talking Georgia football there. Couple of prints from New Life celebrating the national championship too.
Yeah, look, if you're a Georgia fan, you don't get a lot of these opportunities, or you haven't had these opportunities, but they've got a Georgia national championship print, and you can get 15% off your order right now using the code TNR. You can call for more information, 1-800-735-2787, or go to danielmooreart.com where you can view this incredible Georgia National Championship print. And again, when you go to danielmooreart.com, you order right there. Whether you call them or order online, put in that TNR code, and you'll get 15% off your order.
15% off right now for you Georgia fans out there. If you know a Georgia fan, if you're married to a Georgia fan, 15% off right now. It'd look good in your house. As Reed walks by. Look good in Reed's sports room right there.
That's right.
Mr. Alabama with a Georgia print for his wife.
It's so funny. With him being a Bama grad, Emily a Georgia grad, the 2 daughters, Emma and Haley, it's
split down the middle?
Yeah, well, one day they've got Alabama cheerleading outfits on. The next day it's Georgia.
Yeah, they'll end up going to Auburn.
Constant battle. They probably
They'll
will.
end up going to Auburn, I guarantee you. They'll give the old Johnny Cash middle finger to both parents and say, "War damn Eagles."
I don't know, or it might be Ole Miss. I mean, across the street, they've got the Strongs, and they're all Ole Miss.
I didn't think about that.
Yeah, Patrick will negotiate a good deal for him. All right, so Rockstar's viewing menu brought to you by New Life. What do you have tonight on TV that's not involving dragons or cutting out babies?
Wow. Netflix is a new documentary, Untold, The Rise and Fall of N1.
Sears. Oh.
N1?
N1 basketball?
Yeah.
Is N1 not around anymore?
I guess, it rose
I
and
didn't
it
know
fell.
I didn't know it fell.
So that's the documentary premieres today. Then 8 p.m. on Access TV, Tom Petty live from Gatorville from 2006, where his band came to Gainesville for supposed to be a really great concert.
Was it you that told me you regret never seeing him live?
Yeah, never saw him.
Yeah, boy, he was so good.
Yeah, I've seen him once.
You saw him at the Super Bowl, didn't you?
I saw him at the Super Bowl, but it was fentanyl that killed him, right?
I thought it was old age.
No, I think it was fentanyl.
It was a heart attack. I don't know from what.
Yeah, Google that. I think fentanyl got him.
Yeah, but he was pretty old.
This, Tom Petty?
Tom Petty, yeah. He was pretty old when he went down,
Yeah,
right?
but he was a guy that I thought the partying really was, because I saw him too when I worked at Amazing Pictures out in Universal Studios. He came through, him and his band, and he was
66 when he died.
He was stoned as a bat that day that he came through. And so I think it was more weed that he smoked, but I think that he started to lace it with fentanyl. I could be wrong.
This is an accidental overdose.
Yeah. The time I saw him, I only saw him once. It was at Oak Mountain. He almost fell off the stage 2 or 3 times. That's how stoned he was.
Yeah.
But, I mean, put on an incredible show stoned.
Was a great musician.
Yeah, so good. I love his music.
And then 8 p.m. on Vice, there's a new series called The Dark Side of Comedy, which features different comics and their personal journeys while exploring the internal battles, unexpected fame, and societal pressures in the comedy world. I don't know how stand-ups do it. It has got to be a dark, dark life.
Oh, yeah.
Well, most of them are dark individuals, right?
Yeah, with Louis C.K. on his show before it got canceled, on Louis, he just shows the dark side of him. He gets picked up to do a radio hit. Then he goes, you are in the hotel room from 1 to 6, and you just sit there. And you eat chocolate ice cream, and then I got to go to Cincinnati tomorrow, and then after Cincinnati, I'm in Cleveland, and then just doing the same thing over and over by yourself if you're not touring with anybody.
Yeah,
it's really depressing.
It's almost you've got to find some kind of outlet, whether it's I'm going to go to a mall and be around people, I'm going to work out, I'm going to go for walks, because the emotions those guys are on too, because good show, bad show, all of them have got insecurities, issues. But it'll be fascinating to see. I would assume Sam Kinison,
I think they're featuring
John Belushi.
They're featuring Dice tonight.
Okay.
So
he's still alive.
It's got to be tough, though, man, when you get a bad room, because you can be just as funny as you were the night before, but if
not
it's a
a
bad
hotel room, like a bad audience.
No, a bad hotel room would suck too, though, but a bad audience, yeah.
You find out the town doesn't like you, and you got 2 shows that night, so you got a 7 and a 9 show, just thinking, well, 7 just bombed, and I don't think anything's going to happen any better. 9 p.m. they're going to be a little drunker, but I don't know if they're going to like me.
I don't know if you remember, we went to see Billy Garland. And
Gardell.
Gardell. A very funny guy, and he's had a ton of success doing multiple CBS shows.
Bob Hart's Abishala.
Yeah. But he, after the show, he was supposed to go out and have some drinks with us. He was so depressed because he thought he had bombed. He was like, I can't do it, man. I got to go back to the hotel room.
Wow. That's a tough life right there.
And you got to pick it up and do it again
I
tomorrow
know.
night.
But hopefully TJ Miller in studio on Thursday at some point. We're working on that.
I don't want to steal from 4 Downs your celebrity birthdays today, but I don't think you would have this one. But I won't ask it in a question other than if you had gone dead or alive on this one, I would have lost my whole bank account on dead. Barbara Eden.
I love Jeannie.
I Dream of Jeannie.
I Dream of Jeannie.
From the 60s, 91 years old today.
Yeah, boy, I'd have bet dead a long time ago.
You remember how controversial it was that she had the midriff that showed?
Showed her belly button, right?
Yeah.
That was no-no.
That was a no-no.
Well, I mean,
that
Desi
was
and Lucy,
black and white, 60s television, still alive.
Desi and Lucy were actually married but couldn't sleep in the same bed on TV, or they had to put their foot on the floor or something, even though they were married in real life.
No, they were separate beds back then. Even the Brady Bunch started separate beds, and then it was a big deal. They went to the same bed one season.
Yeah, but I think Desi slept in separate beds a lot.
Oh, I think Desi got around, but he and Lucy were actually married.
Yeah, really good. All right, trash on the other side, and we'll run through some sports headlines, including a little nutshell version of what has happened with Nick Saban's contract from Brown. All that's coming up in the next segment, as the show is brought to you in part today by our great friends at Cowan Equipment. They will get you a poll question out later right there on I Love Jeannie is what they're saying. I thought
I called it I Love Jeannie.
It was I Dream of Jeannie.
I Dream of Jeannie, yes.
I Dream of Jeannie.
I love Jeannie.
I love Jeannie. What a great show. Cowan Equipment's a great place, too.
It is. Cowan Equipment, proud to partner with us here on the next round on this venture. Would love the opportunity to partner with your company for your heavy equipment needs. Visit us. Go to Cowan.com. Find out more about how we can be your heavy equipment solution, from rental and new equipment sales to superior service and parts. Again, for more information, Cowan.com.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Whether you're a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics wants to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you make your greatest comeback. From concussions to sprained ankles, Our experienced team is ready with treatment options. Find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
Wayne's Pest Control is taking pest control to the next level. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. Keep your home pest-free and rodent-free with Wayne's proprietary Smart system. Smart is a digital, eco-friendly rodent monitoring solution that tells Wayne's you have an unwanted mouse or rodent before you even know about it. Wayne's Smart Service professionals will proactively set up an appointment to take care of that problem, keeping your family and pets safe and healthy. And right now, get $60 off Smart Pet Service with the offer code TNR. Let Wayne's create your happy place. 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com.
Banking isn't just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. AmFirst was founded for members just like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means services that grow and change with the times to serve you better. Now, every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. You can even customize the app, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. That's amfirst.org. America's first federal credit union, federally insured by the NCUA.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $499 per month plus tax with $4,999 down, plus first payment and title due at delivery. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com. Life Financial lease 10,000 miles per year. WAC MSRP $51,490. Stock numbers Q0059, Q0068, or Q0074. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Football season is here, and it's time to do what we do best. Lance'sLock.com is your source for football winners, and for only $90 a month, you won't find a better value anywhere. If you're going to play, you might as well win while you're doing it. Jump in with me and get every lock from every league every single day. College football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, NBA. It's all under the same subscription. $90 a month breaks down to $3 a day. There's not a better deal out there. Subscribe today this year at Lance'sLock.com.
There's still time before the weather changes to do something new in 2022. Ocean City, Maryland, and our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residenceinnoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. It's time to do something different. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland.
This hour of the show always brought to you by Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken. Right now, if you were at Champy's, you'd order what?
I would order a po' boy. I think I'd go with a po' boy today. I'm going to get the tamales as an appetizer.
Shrimp or chicken?
I'd go shrimp. I like my po' boys to be shrimp.
Fried or grilled?
I'd probably go fried.
Yeah, a little fried shrimp po'
fried
boys.
Shrimp po' boy.
They got po' boys there. They've got the chicken finger platter, which Rockstar will tell you, man, those things are so huge.
Massive.
Those chicken fingers, get 4 in the basket.
Oh, so good.
And you take 2 of them home because they're so big. Sterling and his crew cuts that up for you right there. Highway 119. Check them out. Champy'sChicken.com. Perfect for your tailgate. coming up this football season. Just swing by there, pick up a big old box of chicken fingers, take them to your tailgate, and everybody will be like, who brought these chicken fingers? You'll say, I did, from Champy'sChicken.com. Champy'sChicken.com.
Who the hell are you?
I weigh 119 in
Hey, is this true? He said what? Said the Flintstones were the first married couple to sleep in the same bed.
I could see that. I
Is
mean,
that true?
animation.
They show that, and I think what they say, All in the Family was first to have a flush toilet or something like that, to have a flushing of a toilet. A lot of weird facts out there.
Yeah, a lot of weird television facts, things we didn't do back in the day, things we do here on the show every year. One of them is a 3 Guarantee Friday. It's this Friday this year. For those that can't always be with us throughout the show and maybe can't get theirs in on time, maybe we miss them running through the chat room or through Twitter and we just don't get them, there's a chance for you to document them right now at nextroundlive.com. Go to our website, nextroundlive.com. Not a lot of fanfare around it, but you'll see in black and white right here. Rockstar's about to pull it up. Guarantee Friday right there under the main picture. Submit yours. You click on that, and you'll be able to send your 3 guarantees to us, and we'll have them ready to go on Friday to work them into the show. Also, we'll be dealing with the chat room and on Twitter as well. But right there, Guarantee Friday is football season. 3 things you guarantee for us. Guarantee 1, Guarantee 2, and Guarantee 3. Just type it in right there. Get ahead in the line right now at nextroundlive.com. All right, before we get to trash, Hemp Hill Services bringing us part of the show today. They'll give us a lock later on, but Hemp Hill is there for you for all your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, LT. You've known Adam and Chad a long, long time, and they love taking care of their customers.
Best in the business. And by the way, of our 10 employees, 2 had Hemp Hill out yesterday. Again,
Wow.
20% of the company?
Wow. Yesterday. Again, you never know when disaster is going to strike. That's why you need to have our friends Adam, Chad, Andrew right there at the fingertips. 205-229-2090 when something's not running right, flowing right, draining right, or flushing right. The name you need to call, Hemp Hill Services, for all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs. Trust the name. Birmingham's trusted since 1954. Hemp Hill Services, 205-229-2090.
Deadwood. Lunsford says, according to Wikipedia, Mary Kay and Johnny was the first program to show a couple sharing a bed in 1948 and the first series to show a woman pregnant on television.
Wow.
Such a great show.
Mary Kay and
Kay,
Johnny.
what a tramp.
Boy, have we turned the tables to a House of Dragons. Not only a woman pregnant, but really.
As Brown would call it, I love Mary Kay and Johnny. Nick Saban's got a new contract he loves, and significant because it puts him past Kirby Smart.
Indeed it does. He is now on average getting 11.7 per year. It won't be 11.7 this first year. It'll be around 10. Kirby's deal is on average 11.2. A couple significant things. This deal goes through the 2029 season. It technically ends February 28th of 2030, as Alex Scarborough points out. So it goes through the end of February of that year. But it takes him through the 2029 season. There is basically a retention bonus, a completion bonus is what they're calling it, of $800,000 every year starting this season through the end of 2025. So if Nick Saban just finishes the year those years, he gets an additional $800,000, which seems significant that it was built into those first 4 years. And his total compensation actually drops a little bit after that. So I don't know. I just found that very significant. But either way, it's a good deal for Saban and good news for Alabama fans that this guy's still signing long-term contracts at this point in his career.
All guaranteed money, I assume.
It normally is with him, yeah.
And from what I remember, there's no restrictions either. He leave anytime he wants and all that kind of stuff.
They fire him, they owe him everything. He leaves, he owes them nothing.
All right, so there you go, man. That's the new Nick Saban contract. Greg Byrne gets one as well. We go to trash on the table right now. Rockstar, the big button, please.
I'm here with the winner, Derek Lewis. Derek, why'd you take your pants off? My balls was hot. I understand.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Hey, it seems like everywhere we turn these days, there's concern over rising costs or gas prices. Now there's even talk of recession. If you're a homeowner with outstanding credit card debt or other high interest payments, it is time to put your home equity to work for you. Don't walk into a recession with large payments on bad debt. Our friends at Mortgage Right can help you knock down stubborn debt and gain more financial freedom. How is this possible? Home values also on the rise. That means you can leverage your home's equity for a cash-out refinance to fund whatever needs funding, credit card debt, home repairs, college tuition, and more. Reach out to Mortgage Right and learn how you can save each and every month. Call Mortgage Right locally, 205-815-9200. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR today to break hold of the high interest debt has on you. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender. Start first. An incident happened in Fruitville, Florida on Thursday morning. Police said the homeowner, who was sleeping in an apartment connected to his home, told 911 dispatchers that there was a man in the unit who was sharpening a machete with a baseball bat.
It's not going to work.
It's a weird form.
Can't do it like that.
Welcome home, honey.
Yeah.
Now, the 911 caller said, quote, "I have an intruder that broke into my home. He's got a damn machete and he's a little whacked."
A little whacked.
When deputies arrived at the apartment after the victim called 911, they found the machete-wielding suspect inside. The homeowner told the 911 dispatchers that the intruder woke him up saying, "I love you."
Is that the actual machete right there?
No, that's the old stock photo.
Yeah, a stock photo of a machete. Yeah. I was going to say, you couldn't cut a banana with that.
I was going to say, that looked to be a stock photo there.
Yeah. Boy, that would be a dull break of your arm, though.
Boy, wouldn't it, though?
We got to sharpen it with like a baseball bat or something to keep it sharp.
We should get Brown to do all the stock photos. Like that one right there would get the people over in Aliceville really excited, Brown.
That's a little too close to his junk,
It
isn't
really is.
That's why we get them excited.
That's what Jim was talking about.
That's what I was talking about.
He went on to say, "I woke up on a mattress. There's a guy lying next to me saying, 'I love you.' I was a little weirded out. He's got a machete in one hand.
Just a little rock star.
Thank God they got here quick."
I mean, is he whispering it? Because that's even a next level of creep.
Hey! Oh, no.
Rubs that cold blade on your cheek, Brown.
Oh, I love you.
Doctors might tell you that eating fast food will take years off your life. For some Californians, that's a trade-off they would take. This is a little surprising.
Oh, wow.
According to a study from Drug Genius, the average Californian would surrender 5 years of their life to continue eating fast food. Now, the number comes from a 3,222-person survey in which participants were asked hypothetically how many years they would give up to continue eating unhealthy. There were some states that were willing to sacrifice more than 5 years. In Montana, North Dakota, and Hawaii, the average response was 12 years.
Can you have 12 years of your life?
Just to eat fast food.
12 years.
Now, the study also showed that many Americans are not concerned with the health risks that come with eating fast food. Drug Genius reported that 51% of the participants admitted that they ignore information about the health risk of fast food.
Clearly, if they're willing to give up that much of their life.
Alabamians, you want to guess how many years of our life we're willing to give up?
I would say 3.
Pretty average, 5.
4.
4.
If you eat yourself to death intentionally, is it called Biggie-cide? Like suicide, Biggie-side?
Biggie-side?
Yeah.
Side order,
Yeah. Well, see, if you didn't write it down.
Yeah. It made more sense when you wrote it down. There was a restaurant that opened near me. There's a couple of them near me. And the one that opened, like when they first opened, I cannot express to you how good their customer service was. I mean, they were obviously fully staffed and they were trying to make a good impression. It has absolutely collapsed. Absolutely collapsed. Like I can't even go there anymore. And then I go to their sister store just up the road from me. Perfect. Like boom, 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 right through the line. It is just so weird how it can collapse. And I'm talking in just a matter of months, has completely come off the rails, fallen apart. They can't get orders right. You sit in line forever to get the wrong order.
You know what they call that?
They're out of stuff. What?
Biggie-side. Have you heard
Biggie-side, yes.
Yeah.
But it's just weird that their sister store.
He's working on set number 2 right now.
I know. Suey fries.
Suiprides.
Oh, my God.
Instead of suicide, suiprides.
Okay, I'm going to move on.
Yeah, please,
a
thank
woman who was asked her age during an interview for a job as a Domino's pizza delivery driver has received an apology and a financial settlement.
She was asked for her age?
Yep. Janice Walsh believes she was later turned down for the role at the branch because of her age and sex.
How old are you?
Good God.
How old does she look to you?
58.
58's a good guess.
Yeah.
I might have it in here.
No,
I don't think she's real forthcoming with that information.
Yeah, they don't need to put it on the article if they're talking about how bad it is.
Now, she took a discrimination case against the franchise and its owner at the time, Justin Quirk.
Don't say out loud, but honest to goodness.
Hey, Dunaway found something to try race sports.
Yeah. Mr. Quirk paid Miss Walsh $5,000 and apologized for the incident. Miss Walsh said the first question she was asked in her interview was about her age. She said the interviewer wrote her answer before circling it and saying, "You don't look it." Miss Walsh later found out that she had not been successful in her application for the role. She immediately thought back to the interview and the question about the age, she said. "Believe my age was the issue and it affected the decision made by their interview panel." She was told that they did not know it was inappropriate to ask their age when interviewing for a post. In a later conversation with another Domino's Pizza employee, Ms. Walsh was told the nature of the work tended to suit younger people between 18 and 30. I don't see the problem with this. If you're a delivery driver, you got to keep pace. This is not for an older person.
No, I would agree with you.
But I think an older person could be a delivery person and keep pace.
But I think you should be able to ask somebody's age.
But are you telling me you don't think I could deliver pizzas? I couldn't keep up?
I don't know.
I would ask her if she'd ever seen the movie Mrs. Doubtfire.
Oh, my. Golly.
He put the board away.
Ripping it, too.
He's just going to say it now.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, if Billie Jean King and John Stamos had a grandmother.
I mean, she's got some Billie Jean King.
Yeah, it's the glasses.
Tiny chip inserted into the right hand of Tesla owner Brandon Daly.
Not doing it.
Is now all he needs to unlock his vehicle.
Yeah, sign
going
of the beast.
Revelations.
No, he's got sign of the beast. He's already ready for the revelation.
I'm telling you, man, I know a couple of Tesla owners. They're a different breed.
They don't like to tell you about them, though. Like they're real secretive.
I wonder what this guy's car's named.
Now, Daly shared a video on Twitter and YouTube of having the Vivo Key Apex chip implanted by a professional piercer. Now, the chip is contactless and covered in a biocompatible substance. It uses the same near-field communication that makes Apple Pay possible. Now, after the quick $400 procedure, Daly uses the back of his hand to unlock his Tesla. He told the media site, some geek Tesla site, that his chip isn't his first implant.
GeekTesla.com.
I got no life.
Tesla Radi.
Oh.
He has a smaller chip implanted into his left hand that stores his contact and medical information and the key to his house. He went on to say the whole idea was that I would have my key in my left hand to my house, my key and my car to the right hand. Now, he's a tech professional. That's a shocker.
I guarantee you, I get stuck behind this guy at TSA.
Oh, yeah. What's that in your hand, sir? Beep. I'm going to need you to take
It's
that
a
out.
biocompatible substance.
Thank you.
Yeah, you can almost see the commercials in the future, right? If you had a TSA chip implanted in your hand in 2022,
call the Sokolov Group.
We're getting the lawsuit together now.
Yeah, boy,
time is running out.
Let me tell you what. There's somebody that thinks I was serving at Camp Lejeune at some point. I get a voicemail like a day for that.
That graphic they use, it's nonstop on the TV.
I mean, but why are they calling me? I've never been in the military.
I'll tell you what this guy is not using his hands for, to paw women.
Now, Lance,
the Tesla does that for you, man.
I don't know.
The two successful brothers you have got a Tesla, I thought.
We'll go you 50. You're batting 500 on that one.
Wow. I don't like picking my favorite Taylor brother.
I'm not saying one's a favorite and one's not.
Yeah.
I will just tell you, my Taylor brother rankings are more erratic than the AP poll each week.
Now, what would Jeff Foxworthy say if you pay more for your car payment than you pay in rent a month?
You just might be a little messed up in the head, might be a redneck with your ghost. Name Ghost?
It is Ghost.
One of them,
what's the other one? Cervix?
Is that right?
Yeah.
Is it really?
No, it's like it's something close to it though.
Robot rapper that has over 10
One
million.
weekend it was called Predator.
Oh my gosh, who is this?
Is that Cervix?
No, who is this?
Next page.
This is the robot
Next
rapper.
page. Oh, that's a robot?
Yeah, robot rapper
Oh.
has 10 million followers on TikTok, has signed with Capitol Records. This makes sense.
Now, wait a minute. This is not a real person. I'm
FN
about to sound old here.
Mecca is the world's first augmented reality or AR artist to sign with a major label. He has over 1 billion views on TikTok as the platform's top virtual being. His debut single, Florida Water, was released this week. This is ridiculous.
Florida Water.
But who really sings it?
It's like almost like if Mickey Mouse got a record contract, the guy who's voicing it is singing it, but it's it's Mickey like it's Mickey Mouse. You don't exist.
I mean,
the song is a collaboration between Billboard topper Gunna, who's currently facing charges in a RICO case, along with Atlanta rapper Young Thug. This will help FN Mecca's profile, though.
Yeah, no
I
doubt.
guarantee it. While technically FN Mecca is voiced by a human, everything else about the music is based in AI. Capitol Records said the project is a mix of music, technology, and gaming culture.
I mean, didn't technically Milli Vanilli have to give a Grammy back for this?
I don't know if did they give it back?
I thought they did.
Yeah, I think they did.
Yeah.
I mean, if we took away Reggie Bush's Heisman, we could take away Milli Vanilli's Grammy.
Well, I think, there was more a case for that.
Yeah.
At least Reggie was really running the football.
Is that it?
That's it.
That is Trash Today, brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right.
Hey, inflation out in full force. Now more than ever, rent costs are skyrocketing. Even though interest rates have risen, buying a home is proving cheaper than renting one. Stop throwing away money on rent. Turn to Mortgage Right with a variety of loan options, assistant programs, dedicated mortgage experts. Mortgage Right makes buying a house in the current market as easy as possible. They know the financial hardships that are coming for renters. They want to help you make the best investment for your future. Rent has risen 149%. No sign of it slowing down. Call Mortgage Right locally, 205-815-9200, or visit mortgageright.com/TNR.
The Muckler says, hello to the virtual robot gets virtually shot.
We are back in a moment on TNR.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Summer means cookouts and spending time with the family and friends in the backyard. Ryan Brown here. Nothing can ruin a party like mosquitoes. Wayne's environmentally safe Mosquito Plus solution safely and effectively eliminates mosquitoes. Plus, they provide protection against fleas and ticks, helping keep your outdoor entertainment spaces safe, comfortable, and pest-free for your family and your four-legged family members. Wayne's has turned my backyard oasis into my happy place. They can do the same for you. Give them a call, 866-WAYNES1, or callwaynes.com.
At ERA King Real Estate, they're empowered by technology and driven by community. They have the most extensive training and the most innovative tools in the business. And they've now opened their 10th office location in Central Alabama. To find your agent in your neighborhood, text the word MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620. That's MOVE to 35620. In this crazy market, depend on a neighborhood friend. ERA King Real Estate. Growing to serve you. There are so many things I love about walk-ons. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine, prepared fresh, daily from scratch. A great beer selection and TVs everywhere to watch the big game every day of the week. And of course, they've got two great locations on Highway 280 and 119 and at Hoover near the Hoover Met. Walk-ons is also a great place for happy hour, 2 to 6 Monday through Friday with $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. And it's an easy take-home experience for the family as well. Highway 280 and Hoover with walk-ons.
By now, you know I love the game of golf and getting on the golf course as much as I can. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Simply put, Ballantrae Golf Club in Pelham is one of the best public golf courses I have ever played. It's always in fantastic condition. The people out there are so friendly. They just treat you like family. They're happy you're there. And the pace of play, they keep it moving. Those are all things that are important to me. See them for yourself. 620-GOLF, 620-4653 to make a tee time in Ballantrae. Also improve your game with a professional staff of Hal Brown, Jerry Applegate, Jay Chambers, all great teachers for Ballantrae Golf Club, just off I-65 in Pelham.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, 2 things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast's premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com. Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The only place to get the best gear for game day is the Pants Store. 5 great locations in Crestline, Leeds, Trustful, Tuscaloosa, and Huntsville. You can also order at pantsstore.com and follow the Pants Store on social media. Game day hats, all your Yeti accessories, sunglasses, and game day polos from Antigua, Taylor and Mick, Johnny O, and Gentile. And guys, trust me, this is where your daughters and wife want to shop because of all the in-style fashions made especially for them. It's the Pants Store, Crestline, Leeds, Trustful, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, and coming soon to Hoover and Auburn.
Lunsford, by the way, pointing this out with the AI musical artist LT was telling us about. TikTok's growth is bigger than any other social media platform ever. It just hit $12 billion in revenue in year 6. It took Facebook like year 11 to get to $12 billion. YouTube in year 14. Sites like Twitter are just around $5 billion, not even close. It's wild, says Lunsford.
You can also follow us there, by the way, Next Round Live. We do have a TikTok channel. We put a lot of good stuff over there. But, you know, those other ones were trailblazers that made it easier for TikTok. Like, I guess Facebook was first of the game, right? Or MySpace or whatever.
Yep.
And, you know, they have to blaze the trail for that industry to operate the way it does. Somebody's got to be first in.
Like Jimmy Curran, are you big on TikTok?
I am not big on TikTok.
I've got a TikTok account.
I've got a TikTok account. I have never posted anything.
Yeah, I mean, I post stuff for the log, but that's it.
I've been TikTok famous before.
The TikLok?
Yeah, we've heard that.
On a dance?
Mm-hmm.
The TikLok. That's a good idea. What?
For the first time.
What?
It wasn't me that said I've heard that. It was LT that moaned.
I said I've heard that.
Wow. It was on my daughter's TikTok. It wasn't me, but I was in the dance.
Yeah, but humbly, I was viewed a lot of times.
Would you do that dance at Aliceville?
At the prison?
They'd make him by shooting a pistol at his feet.
This could be your version of Johnny Cash, right?
I have suggested we do that. Somebody brought it up the other day. We should do an Ask Us Anything from a local prison. And, I mean, Johnny Cash did several albums.
Can you imagine some of the questions?
I think it'd be fantastic. I don't know if they would let us interview any of the inmates.
Well, how quick until will one of you go back to the cell with me?
Oh, wow.
What?
Jeez,
I mean, at some point we'd get that question.
I'll give you 5 minutes, yeah.
Dunaway would be dying to do the, I can't believe they make y'all drink this water in here.
I would.
No, Dunaway would be like Ralph Macchio's partner in My Cousin Vinny. When Joe Pesci first came in the cell and Ralph Macchio was sleeping.
I know, he goes, hey, this will be quick and easy.
No, that'd me. I'd be walking around. Crocker Moving Services ready to move you anywhere in the continental United States. If you've never, ever had to move and your time to move is coming up, but even your company, like they do commercial, they do residential, it can be a pain. Just packing can be a pain. They handle that too. Crocker Moving Services are the people to use for your residential and commercial moving, and they will even pack for you, which is a fantastic service they offer. CrockerMovingServices.com. CrockerMovingServices.com is the website. Go check them out right now and learn more about Eric Crocker, the owner of the company. He's a Marine, a Birmingham native, a veteran of the Iraq War. He puts his name on the company. The Crocker name raises the expectations for everyone in the company to live up to what they want that company, that name to represent at Crocker Moving Services. They use only made in the USA equipment and made in the USA supplies whenever possible. And when possible, they hire veterans too. A veteran-owned and oftentimes veteran-operated moving company right there. They'll move you anywhere in the continental United States, anywhere backed by the family named Crocker. CrockerMovingServices.com, CrockerMovingServices.com. All right, as we work our way to the top of the hour here, already Clay Travis and Mike Griffith on the show. 4 Downs coming up in a little bit. And phone lines are open at 205-734-0923. We mentioned a couple of things in the NFL early on, but when it comes to college football, Steve Sarkisian explaining yesterday why Quinn Ewers is the starting quarterback. He says, quote, he can make all the throws in our system that we need the quarterback to make. That's why he went with Quinn Ewers.
Well, that's important. And we had heard that about Quinn Ewers. I mean, a lot of people say this guy is going to be NFL ready in the next year or two. I'm excited about, if we did a list, and we can do this, 5 players you're most excited about seeing in 2022.
He's
Ewers
on your list?
Is definitely on my list, yeah. Because I think if Quinn Ewers is as good as advertised,
Maybe
I'm not
they're
going to say you're right
10
on,
or 11 wins, though.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think they could approach 10 wins.
Well, there's nobody I'm more excited to see than Jahmyr Gibbs, the way everybody's been talking about him.
He's on my list, too.
I mean, I watched him at Georgia Tech, but not a ton. And the way he had that run in the A-Day game and just outran –
can we do this at 12?
World-class speed. Yeah, I can give you 5 at 12. Top of the hour here. Yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely. Can you come up with a few?
What is it?
The 5.
Sorry.
Are you in the Aliceville prison chat again?
5 I'm excited about seeing?
5 players you're excited about seeing this year.
Yes, I can.
Okay, that's coming up.
I'll find that.
Top of the hour as we bring Brown back into the show at the top of the hour. Also in the NFL, Tom Brady back at practice yesterday. Rumored that he had family time with Giselle in the Bahamas, 11 days away. Do you believe there's betting odds? Do you believe he's on The Masked Singer or not?
I hope he is, because basically, I don't know what he's supposed to do about this. He'd probably have an NDA and you can't really discuss it, but it's a bad excuse either way. I can understand maybe not being able to get out of The Masked Singer. You can get out of a tropical vacation with your family. You can play in that at any time if you're Tom Brady.
But if you go to The Masked Singer and they're recording it, you don't know how long you're going to be part of the show, right?
Right.
So they have to squeeze his days down to a certain amount of time. He gets eliminated. So it's possible. It's possible.
It's possible.
Yeah, and then maybe he got eliminated early on, and he says, let's knock out a few days of vacation. I got 11 days off. Let's go ahead and go to the Bahamas.
Some people that have seen this, they're like, it's a very addictive show. I've never seen it. Like, what is like the biggest celebrity to be on there? Tom Brady just seems too big of a brand to be on a hokey show like that.
I remember Terry Bradshaw was on it.
I can see that.
I think Rudy Giuliani was on it.
I can see that.
I mean, didn't they have a really good singer that was on the show?
Well, I think they do sometimes, don't they, to kind of throw people off?
Yeah. I mean,
I've never really watched it.
I've never watched it. Was 50 Cent on it? It was like somebody really talented.
The only time I've ever seen it is I had the NFC game on one day and I left it on and it came on after that. And I walked through and I was like, man, this is like an acid trip.
Yeah. I would say the only time I've seen it is when the reveal has come up on my social media feed.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it'll be interesting to see what
Michael
happens.
says Gronk was on there.
Gronk was on there. So
Joe Buck?
T-Pain won season 1. That's who I was thinking of. T-Pain.
Kelly Osbourne.
Lil Wayne and T-Pain was on there.
Chris
Joe Buck was
Daughtry?
on it.
Chris Daughtry was on there?
Drew Carey.
Wow.
Yeah. Joe Buck was there. How about that?
Man.
Sarah Palin.
God, I'm missing out.
That would keep LT from watching it, Joe Buck being on there. Today would have been Kobe's 44th birthday.
I've got it coming up in 4 days.
You do? Okay. Kobe Bryant. All right. Back in a moment. One more hour to go right here on the show that's brought to you today in part by our friends at Michelson Laser Vision. Michelson Laser Vision getting you back in the game. Brown and I, not candidates for Michelson Laser Vision. You got to be able to benefit from that. They are straightforward with you, honest people. You cannot beat the trustworthy name when you hear the name Michelson.
It really is. I mean, the credibility, the integrity for Dr. Michelson and Jen Michelson, when they actually screened somebody out, they could have said, yeah, Brown.
That's right.
We can work this vision out for you. But they told him, hey, look, this is the way it's going to work. We can do this, but you're going to have to get readers.
They made it my decision. Yeah, absolutely.
And look, just incredible people. They truly changed my life because I went from 2200 vision to 2015. I've still got that. To find out if LASIK is right for you with our friends at Michelson Laser Vision, make the call that I made, 969-8100. Ask for Amy. She's going to hook you up with a hassle-free consultation. You have zero to lose to find out if LASIK is right for you. If you wear the contacts, the eyeglasses, you're wasting money each and every year. Make the call that I made, 969-8100, or online, michelsonlaservision.com.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
Don't let a roof problem disrupt your football Saturday or Sunday. Call Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. Locally owned at 205-542-3531. Greg wants to give you a free, no-cost inspection. Free, no cost, no obligation, 205-542-3531. He can also pressure wash your metal roofing. It's easy to see why his company's so successful. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and insurance companies trust him. You should too. 205-542-3531, or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin. Just ask our team member Marcus.
Let's just say you can't take America's Dairyland out of Culver's. Like the real Wisconsin cheese on our juicy butter burgers, the farm fresh dairy in our fresh frozen custard, even our crispy golden Wisconsin cheese curds. It may sound cheesy, but we love where we come from at Culver's.
Almost as much as we love sharing it with our guests. Welcome to Delicious.
There's still time before the weather changes to do something new in 2022. Ocean City, Maryland, and our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residenceinnoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. It's time to do something different. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland.
Guys, let's talk about the new season. Dove season is here, and the team at Nichols Outfitters is ready to get you ready for the hunt. 12, 20, and 28 gauge shotgun shells are in stock, and all the brands that you trust. Demand is at an all-time high, so we encourage you to drop by soon to stock up for the season. And of course, while you're there, check out our amazing selection of the finest shotguns in one of Alabama's largest showrooms. The staff is excited to be back out on the hunt, so drop by soon. Nichols Outfitters off exit 242 in Pelham or online at nicholsoutfitters.com.
The long hours of summer are great for golf at the Jerry Pate Design Timberline Golf Club. The course is in fantastic condition, and if you don't have time for a round of golf, come use Timberline's TrackMan driving range. You can practice, play games, and play virtual golf all on the practice tee. Come enjoy your day on one of Alabama's top 10 courses you can play. It's Timberline Golf Club. Timberline is easy to get to just off I-65 at exit 228. Book tee times online at timberlinegc.com. Tee it up at Timberline.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com. There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Summer weather is finally here. Make sure your air conditioner is ready for the Alabama heat. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemphill are the ones to call for all of your HVAC needs. Hemphill Services is a locally owned and operated independent train dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. Get the guys at Hemphill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to help you beat the Alabama heat this summer. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, do what I do. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Final hour of the show. Looking forward to this. Portia has a couple of pictures of the Miami Stadium renderings we'll get to in a second, right after Brown tells us about our great friends right there, Tom Beckby, as we get ready for another season of football.
Oh, Jimmy D, they got that tailgater bag there, which holds 6 bottles of your finest. 6 of them, by the way. It is a game day essential. The loading dock bar in the back of the store where maybe you can find something to go in that tailgater bag. Tom Beckby, the international man of mystery. You can go see Tom Beckby for yourself. They're celebrating 1 year in the Mountain Brook Village right here in Birmingham. Always online, tombeckby.com. That is BECKBE, tombeckby.com.
All right, photo part of our show here, but the new headlines that are out there. Nick Saban has a new contract, making him the highest paid coach in college football. Braves win last night. They're back in action tonight, 6 o'clock on Bally's. Mets and Yankees tonight, 6 o'clock on TBS if you want to get that. And last night, the Jets come back and beat the Falcons in NFL action 24-16 as the exhibition season moves now to week 3. The Vegas Raiders are about to replace Kenyon Drake at running back. Kenyon's about to get cut and will be a free agent, be able to sign with another team soon if somebody wants him. And those are your headlines. Miami, is this the Hurricanes planned on-campus stadium?
Yeah, this is backed by the big booster that is paying all the NIL money.
Nevin Shapiro?
Yeah, no, the new guy.
This is the rendering. It's the billionaire, Cuban-American.
Yeah.
And this is the rendering for Miami's new on-campus stadium.
I like it.
Beautiful. Now, is that artwork at the top there, is that for one of those halo screens?
I don't know. I think that's just like a transparent covering there. I think there, Jim.
Yeah, I don't know.
I think it's so the grass will grow, but they stay covered so they can play in the rain because it rains a lot in Miami.
I will tell you, that's a good-looking stadium.
It is a good-looking stadium, yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4 tiers. It looks like it's separating on that one side.
Yeah, I don't know. Have you seen how much it supposedly will hold?
That's what the outside would look like, second picture.
Yeah.
So that is, I see what you're saying, Brown.
Yeah.
So it's going to be a domed stadium.
Yeah, it's a domed stadium that's got like I think an open lid like the old Texas Stadium back in the day, but most of it is covered, kind of the way Hard Rock Stadium is. The problem with Hard Rock Stadium is it's not like a transparent or translucent covering, so the grass, they've had some issues growing grass in there. But they got to cover it because it rains all the time in Miami.
Well, another problem with Hard Rock is it's so far away. Where's this property going to be?
Jim says on campus. I guess in Coral Gables, huh?
Yeah, I think it's on campus stadium.
Yeah.
Well, I tell you, recruiting, I mean, it's good right now for Mario Cristobal. You put something like that on campus, watch out.
It looks like there's a lake next to it, so apparently a lake on campus.
Could be an ocean.
Coral Gables, I've been on their campus.
Everglades.
I've been on their campus. Not a huge campus, but it's a pretty campus.
Not bad.
Yeah.
I think it's one of the more expensive schools in all of all universities throughout the country.
Yeah.
Why would they not take this during the day?
The night picture?
Well, it's just a drawing.
It's just a rendering. It's a drawing.
They can play a lot of night games.
Well, why can't you draw it during the day?
Then you got to be all detailed. Just draw it at night.
No, I'm just saying you don't get all the details.
No, I agree completely.
Now, if we start building new dome stadiums on campus for football programs in college, we may be making a little too much money.
You think so?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, Miami doesn't even know if they're going to have a conference in 5 years.
Yeah. That may help them get in the SEC, I'll go ahead and tell you.
Sure. They do have a nice new on-campus stadium.
But is that just for Miami now? That's not going to be the Dolphins are going to play there. It's just for the University of Miami?
It's just for the University of Miami. So
I love that they've got a nicer stadium than the Dolphins.
I mean, they really do.
They do. I've been to Hard Rock multiple times.
You've been to the redesigned Hard Rock.
Yep.
Yes. And they've made it a lot better. You'll have to admit
They made it better, but that's going to be brand new with a roof.
Yeah, but I don't think it's going to be as big as.
Yeah, but
still. Well, what do you need in the NFL now? 50, 55,000?
Would you rather have a giant house or a smaller house that's really, really nice?
Yeah.
Well, it depends on if I'm selling tickets to sit in that house.
Yeah, but
I'm going to want more seats.
It's TV money and media rights now. The stadium tickets do not matter. 55,000 is what the projected new Washington Stadium is going to be.
What I was getting to is to answer your question. Miami just built. You saw their old training facility. You guys laughed at the Dolphins training facility. They just built a state-of-the-art facility right next to Hard Rock. So they're not going anywhere.
Hell, they needed to.
Well, I know. That's what I just literally said. You guys laughed at it.
The racquetball places, Court South and that stuff, better facilities than the Dolphins had when we were down there.
Well, literally, I said that at the start. They just built state-of-the-art. They got the best in the NFL now.
We were there in 2012, and Larry Zonka's sweatbands were still in the locker room at the old practice facility.
Yes, right.
Dusty shirts hanging up in the pro show.
Which is why I started the sentence by saying how bad it was. Like, I'm owning that as a Dolphins fan, but they just built a brand new one. It is the best in the NFL now, them and the Raiders.
Yeah, I've got my 5 players that I'm excited about seeing
I've got
this
mine
football
too.
season.
I do too.
Okay, let's.
You want me to go first?
Yeah. Well, let's just do one at a time. Well, we may have some duplication, but the one player that you're most excited about seeing this college football season, I said mine before the top of the break. It was Jahmyr Gibbs at Alabama. He's the guy that in a new situation, everyone's talking about him, Heisman candidate, maybe plays himself in the first round, dynamic pass catcher, great speed. I want to see Jahmyr Gibbs surrounded by talent.
Yeah, I've got Jahmyr Gibbs on my list, too. I mean, everybody's hyping this guy up. I watched him at Georgia Tech a little bit. Obviously, he didn't have the supporting cast that he will now have. He seems like he's going to be the focal point of this offense. So excited about Gibbs. He's the only non-quarterback I've got of my 5.
Yeah, I've got 3 quarterbacks. Gibbs is on there, too. I want to see him. I've just heard so much about him. Yeah, he's number 3 on my list.
I've only got 1 quarterback.
Yeah.
And it's Hendon Hooker. Everybody's raving about Tennessee this year. Hooker got exciting to watch down the stretch. I want to see him another year in Josh Heupel's offense. I'm excited to see what Hendon Hooker brings to the table. If Tennessee is going to be a 10-win or more team this year, he's going to have a hell of a year.
Yeah, I would agree. And we saw that flash from Hendon Hooker, the way he closed out last season. I've got no doubt if he stays healthy, Hendon Hooker's going to be an elite quarterback.
I think they probably beat Pitt if he had played early on, and it took a minute to get to him. Now, Eric Ainge, we said, they went with their own quarterback, and Eric Ainge said they went with their own quarterback because Hooker was awful in practice, just awful. And it wasn't until he replaced Joe Milton in that Pitt game and you got to see him in game action that he kind of turned the corner there.
So Hooker's not on your list.
He is not on my list.
Give me one of yours.
Bo Nix at Oregon.
Oh, yeah.
I want to see backyard Bo against those Pac-12 defenses.
He should be faster.
Yeah, he should be a lot faster.
Faster than those defenses.
If the accuracy's good, Oregon could be, I don't want to call them a surprise team because there's always an expectation with that Oregon program, but I just want to see Bo across the country. It's going to look so weird in those different uniforms each and every week.
I'm cheering for him, though, man.
I am, too.
It would be one of those situations where I just think it makes the SEC look better if he goes out there and he's faster than the rest of the conference. I'd be like, see, that's SEC speed, man.
Well, the opposite of Jeremiah Masoli,
that's
right, Lance?
Bring up, absolutely.
Yeah. Who looked so fast out there and got to the SEC and looked like he was in mud.
Yep.
One of mine, and we'll have to see him initially in a backup role, and I think he'll stay in a backup role, but I've heard so much about this guy. I want to see Cade Klubnik, who is the quarterback at Clemson. Rockstar will pull his photo up. One thing that we have not talked enough about with Cade Klubnik is how he looks like he's the love child of Dabo Swinney and Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah. A little bit of Dabo and Trevor in there.
It definitely looks like a shot for a fraternity.
You think Cabe's doing a kegger instead of playing?
I mean, if you'd have come in and told me that John Parker Wilson's youngest brother, the unknown Wilson, had just signed with Clemson, I'd said that could have been him too.
That's Bama Bangs.
Yeah, he's got the Bama Bangs. A little bit of a receding hairline though at his age. I can't speak, but I'm 46. Now, I see like Trevor Lawrence and Dabo had a baby, and he's playing quarterback now, back up there at Clemson.
Give me another one of yours.
Well, I mentioned Quinn Ewers. I mean, he is.
I got him number 1.
Yeah, I mean, he's a guy that, because it's been so long. It's been more than a decade since Texas has had an elite quarterback in Colt McCoy. And if Ewers is what he's billed to be, this could be a pretty good team, at least a really good offense.
I put Zach Evans on mine. Now in Ole Miss, Lane Kiffin really can surprise you with his run game schemes and play calling there. I think there's an opportunity for Zach Evans to be a tremendous star in the SEC.
Well, look, in Lane Kiffin's run game, I mean, there's always a guy that's going to put up big numbers, and Zach seems to be at least the lead dog right now.
I've got Marvin Harrison Jr. on mine, the Ohio State wide receiver. He had 11 catches all year. Coming into the Rose Bowl, he had 5 catches. In the Rose Bowl itself, he had 6 catches for 3 touchdowns. And it would have been a huge story except for the fact that Jackson Smith and Jigba had, 370
couldn't keep up with it, man. I mean, he was up and down the field all day.
He had a ridiculous day. But, I mean, that's going to be the focus, obviously, for Ohio State's offense. Marvin Harrison Jr., I think, is another in a long line of great Ohio State receivers. I look forward to seeing him in that offense.
I get very Alabama-ish now.
That's fine.
Okay?
We expect that out of you.
Very Jimmy Alabama here, but if everybody breaks the huddle and you turn.
That is so old school. Clap and break the huddle.
And they don't huddle anymore.
And 11 people look
Are you wearing a neck roll?
And 11 people look to find Will Anderson.
Yeah.
There's a lot of back door open for Dallas Turner there to come slobber knock some quarterbacks. And now I'm excited to see Dallas Turner when everybody's looking at Will Anderson over
here.
here.
Will you break your huddle again for me, please?
Well, I'm tied down.
I know. Okay, you got to.
Remember the center? The center used to have to hold his hand up.
Hold his hand. Everybody around the center. All right.
No, I don't think you could deliver pizzas.
Hey, don't you? Don't you remember how the center would leave the huddle first? Remember, he'd run up to the line and get over the ball, then everybody else would clap and leave the huddle.
Linemen would leave early, right? Wide receivers would leave first. Yeah. They'd go way out because nobody was throwing the ball in Little League.
I am looking forward to Dylan Gabriel at Oklahoma. I had this thought last night when we were doing our team drafts. Thought about Oklahoma might be a sneaky good second-round early pick. Because if Dylan Gabriel stays healthy, he's an elite quarterback. I think he's that good. And, Venables will get this defense right. Oklahoma's still got some playmakers there. It's the Big 12. It's wide open. Oklahoma's got better players than everybody else.
Well, and Paul points out you're seeing him paired up with Jeff Lebby now. He's an exciting offensive coordinator. Yeah.
That's really good. Got another one, Brown?
Spencer Rattler at South Carolina. I'm just interested in seeing what he looks like in that offense with Shane Beamer, who's done everything right so far. You bring Rattler in. They're not going to win the East, but I think if Spencer Rattler, if you get good Rattler, this good stuff we saw out of him at Oklahoma, he could be the difference in a 6-win and an 8-win team at South Carolina. And you let Shane Beamer get 8 wins with the recruiting he's got going, that's going to be a next level of excitement for South Carolina.
Jermaine Burton, for me, sort of not even the leading receiver on the Georgia National Championship team. And if he comes over and with Bryce Young delivering the mail to him, is the leading receiver on a national championship team at Alabama, I think that would speak volumes. Hear great things about his route running. I'd like to see Jermaine Burton this year.
Yeah, I can't tell you who's going to be Alabama's leading receiver. I mean, most people lean that it's going to be Burton.
Would it stun you if it's Harrell?
That would mean, yes.
Yeah, based on what we're hearing right now, that he has kind of become that fourth option.
Based on camp, would it stun you if it's Holden?
Nope.
Would it stun you if it's Brooks?
Yeah, Brooks, the star of the Iron Bowl.
Yeah, but it sounds like Holden's had it just sounds from the reports like Holden's had a better camp than Brooks.
Yeah. Well, I think he's the oldest receiver in there. Right?
Blake says, speaking of Gus, John Rice Plumlee being the starter in there, it could be fun to watch.
I mean, again, and I saw somebody else said this on Twitter, as I said on the show yesterday, John Rice Plumlee looks like a lab-built Gus Malzahn quarterback. He's going to be inefficient throwing the football, but man, can he run it.
Yeah, my number one, though, is, and this could be how the West has won, Caleb Williams. Because we saw great Caleb Williams and we saw shaky Caleb Williams, and is it all going to come together under Lincoln Riley at USC with an elite receiver in Jordan Addison? And really a really good running back in Travis Dye. I mean, all of the – and I can't wait to see this team, how it comes together with so many transfers.
Yeah, and that's exactly right. If the offensive line's as bad as some of you paint it out to be, then that would impact his playing. But if they put together a pretty good offensive line, he's got the skill players to have a great year.
Yeah, and they've got the schedule to have a great year.
Just seeing Lincoln Riley out west and how he runs that program will be a weird look. Do you have any more?
No, that was all 5 of mine.
All of mine, too.
We duplicated a lot. What is that first USC game, Lance? Is it night game TV?
It's against Rice, right?
It's against Rice, but is it stupid Pac-12 network, or am I actually going to get to watch
it? USC Rice is FS1.
Pac-12 network. I wish you were right, Jim. It is a 5 o'clock kick for us.
That's perfect.
It's Pac-12 network, though. I won't be able to see it. I really want to see Lincoln Riley on the sideline there.
Have you met my friend Tommy Firestick?
Yeah, that's what everybody says. I guess I need to meet old Tommy to watch that game.
Yeah.
I mean,
just go to LT's.
Once USC and UCLA leave, Pac-12 network is going to be of zero value to me, though.
Yeah,
I don't want to
will
break
not
my
exist.
neck.
It will not exist.
Well, it probably will. I mean, it doesn't for me right now.
Yeah. All right, that's the players we're excited to watch. You guys are throwing some in there, including Cameron Latu. Zach thinks will be the leading receiver. Paul says under the radar, Cam Ward at Wazoo is someone to watch.
He is one of those guys that did put up insane numbers in Incarnate Word, but it's a different. It's still a wide open Washington State system. It's not what you had under Mike Leach.
It's not the air raid.
Yeah.
I almost said Cam Rising, even though he's already started here at Utah. I think for a lot of people, the Rose Bowl was his introduction.
That's right.
Now they're going to be a legit playoff contender.
Well, I thought about, one of my 3 guarantees, I just recorded them for Friday's show. I thought about doing dark horse Cam Rising to win the Heisman.
Interesting.
But I didn't.
For the Heisman.
Yeah.
Did you see today, and it's one of the top reads at ESPN.com and at nextroundlive.com, not the favorite to win the Heisman, but the guy that's getting the most bets right now, Will Anderson of Alabama.
Yeah, from 60-1 to 22-1.
So he's been bet all the way down to 22-1.
Yeah, getting some value there with him. early on. UAB's running backs, Dwayne McBride or whoever they throw out there, will be fun to watch this year. It all starts on Saturday with Week 0. Biggest game of the country goes at 11:30 a.m. on Fox. That's Nebraska and Northwestern. And then we roll into the big Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday opening weekend of college football. When we come back, LT's got 4 Down Sports and a lot more. This is The Next Round, being brought to you today in part by Rockstar's Guy. It's Adam Mestre.
Did you know of almost the 4,000 agents in the Birmingham area that have recorded a sale in 2022? Adam is in the top 8% of those agents. He is a third-generation realtor, born and raised in Birmingham, so he knows the area. You want a guy like Adam to find a house for you? Why rent when you can buy? Buying a home is the largest financial decision you will make, so make sure you are using an agent that you can trust to help walk you through the process. Call Adam Mestre for a free home evaluation at 205-422-0589 or visit mdrealtyllc.com. At MD Realty, we make house calls.
The Braves back in action tonight after another win. The Mets and Yankees play again tonight, and the Mets delaying the start for Jacob deGrom, so he will not face the Yankees. All that, more camp news, and 4 Downs still to go right here on TNR.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
Football season is back, and so are tailgates. It's time to win that tailgate with Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Sterling and his winning team will open up the doors so you can dine in or an easy-to-go pickup when you order at champyschicken.com. At Champy's, you experience southern staples like chicken on a stick and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales that are to die for. Hand-cut chicken tenders and a whole lot more right on your way home or to the big game. Highway 119 in Alabaster. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280. Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about our friends at One Man and a Toolbox. One Man and a Toolbox has provided professional handyman services since 1997. Honesty and reliability are qualities that embody every one of their employees. From residential to commercial, One Man and a Toolbox, they've got a background to help you with almost any project. I've used them multiple times at my home. Give them a call today. Get that free estimate, 205-823-2111. That's 205-823-2111 or online, onemanandatoolbox.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Drunk driving prevention is a priority at Anheuser-Busch. You can't drive drunk if you don't drive there. Encourage friends to join in the pledge to Decide to Ride on DecideToRide.com. Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Wayne's Pest Control has taken pest control to the next level. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. Keep your home pest-free and rodent-free with Wayne's proprietary Smart System. Smart is a digital, eco-friendly rodent monitoring solution that tells Wayne's you have an unwanted mouse or rodent before you even know about it. Wayne's Smart Service professionals will proactively set up an appointment to take care of that problem, keeping your family and pets safe and healthy. And right now, get $60 off Smart Pet Service with the offer code TNR. Let Wayne's create your happy place. 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com.
Stay up to date with The Next Round on the website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like The Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from our Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy-to-listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, 2 things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
Chris Lowe of ESPN confirming over the weekend that most sitting ADs prefer the 3-6 schedule model when we go to nine SEC games and bring Oklahoma and Texas. And I played around this weekend trying to come up with the 3 permanent rivals, and you end up pissing off some fan base by not getting the 3 you want, by making yours. For instance, I've always heard Auburn fans really miss the days when they played Florida every year. So on mine, I gave them Alabama, Georgia, and Florida.
Yeah, they appreciated that, I'm sure.
Because Alabama, Georgia is going to be 2 of them. You can't take either one of those rivals away. And I thought Florida was a good ad. Well, that obviously, when Florida's good, makes that a very difficult stretch for Auburn.
Who'd you give Bama, Vandy?
Alabama, I gave but I did give them Mississippi State since geographically they're so close and they played longer than anybody else.
Yeah, it's the oldest rival Alabama has.
So I gave them Auburn, Tennessee, and Mississippi State, which doesn't look as hard as Alabama, Georgia, and Florida.
You left one school that is an important rivalry for both, I think, in LSU, because, there was a time where LSU-Auburn for a minute was the gateway to the West.
That's right. And both fan bases said, Alabama fans don't want to play Mississippi State. Give me LSU every year. Auburn fans, I don't care about Florida. Give me LSU every year.
I think those make more sense to me.
But
but then you got LSU.
Right.
Is it going to be Alabama, Auburn, and Ole Miss?
Right. You can't look at just what works for that school. You got to also factor in everybody else's school. Texas A&M says they want to keep playing LSU. There's a little rivalry history there. Dating back years in football.
I'm sure Arkansas does.
Arkansas, they played for the boot. Ole Miss and LSU have one of the great rivalries.
The Magnolia Bowl.
Yeah, and LSU and Ole Miss football. So it's hard to do, but Barry Trammell of the Oklahoman today lays out all the rivalries, and he thinks Oklahoma's 3 permanent rivals, and he lays the scenarios out, will be Texas, obviously.
You have to do that.
Missouri, because of the history with the Big 8, it goes back a long way. And he thinks the third one will be Alabama.
Well, Texas is interesting real quick on that, because Texas, you would give them Oklahoma, you have to give them Texas A&M.
That's right. Those 2 are automatic.
So, I think it'd be interesting to see what that third one is.
Well, Arkansas fans would say, we want to play Texas every year,
right?
Too.
So if it were Alabama, Oklahoma, Alabama's keeping Auburn. I would have to think the SEC wants Alabama to keep Tennessee because of the historical nature of that game. And then Oklahoma would be the third. As a viewer, I'd sign right up for that.
No, I would too, but do you think...
But you're also kicking Alabama and LSU to the curb.
Alabama, Mississippi State, Alabama, Ole Miss.
I mean, Oklahoma, Arkansas makes more sense to me.
Yeah, Oklahoma, Arkansas, geographically that fits.
And Oklahoma, Texas A&M.
But Arkansas then, if you've got Arkansas, Missouri on the border, right? Arkansas, Oklahoma's on the border. Arkansas wants Texas.
They're not really traveling.
Yeah. I mean, but you also have a lot of the old Southwest Big 8, Big 12 just playing each other a lot.
I will tell you,
which is good for travel, which is good for fans.
We've talked about scheduling before. It doesn't seem that difficult. This does seem a little bit more difficult when you've got to find those 3 permanent partners. I wouldn't want anything to do with it.
And really, the toughest part when I was doing the exercise, and I challenge everyone to do it, as you were trying to piece these all together, is that you end up really messing up some football for some fan base. Like when I did it, Mississippi State and Kentucky were just hard to fit into a puzzle. Mississippi State and Kentucky were hard to do.
Well, Kentucky's got a historic rival with Tennessee.
Yeah.
I think you'd have to start there. They used to play for the Beer Barrel.
But
back
do
in the
Tennessee
day.
first.
All right, Tennessee, you would have Alabama and Georgia, I think would be automatics.
I think Florida's got to be on there too.
Well, but I mean, you can't do.
And what about in-state Vanderbilt?
This is why this is so hard. We've discussed this before.
That's what I'm saying. So with Tennessee, just their automatic rivals, in-state's Vandy, Kentucky's historical, Alabama's historical, Georgia and Florida have been big since we've gone to divisions.
But with Georgia, it's automatic Florida and Auburn. I don't know who your third one is with Georgia. I made it Tennessee.
I made it South Carolina.
Well, so that would take away Georgia, Tennessee, so that helps you with Tennessee. Now you got Kentucky, Alabama, and who's your third? You could go Vandy.
Yep.
But if I'm Tennessee and I get Kentucky and Vandy out of that deal, I sign right up for that.
I went for TV partners who I think with the money they're paying, you got to factor them in, right? Got to factor TV in. Would you rather have Tennessee playing Alabama, Vandy, Kentucky, or would you rather have Tennessee playing Alabama, Vandy, Florida?
I'd rather have Tennessee playing Alabama, Vandy, Florida.
Yeah. So I think you factor some of that in.
I don't disagree at all.
Which is the only way I leave open the possibility of what Barry Trammell is writing at the Oklahoman, that if I'm a TV partner, ABC, ESPN, give me Alabama, Oklahoma every year on the schedule, and that's something I can build a broadcast around. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. And look, and maybe Texas and Florida becomes one of those. I mean, you can build rivalries.
Like when Peyton Manning and Tom Brady were at their peaks, it's funny how many times they ended up meeting each other in the regular season on a Monday or Sunday night.
And I know geography plays a lot into this and history, but if you'll notice, Oklahoma and Texas come into the league, and the historically East Division teams are like, okay, so we're not going to see them anytime soon. Yeah. But obviously, I know what you're about to tell me, but immediately, all their games are against traditional West teams.
That's right.
Even though Missouri's in the East.
And that's why what I'm about to say, with us rotating through the whole league every other year, this really doesn't matter, because if you are Auburn in that scenario I painted and you're playing Alabama, Georgia, and Florida, well, then that means your other 6 games are going to factor in a lot of Vandy, a lot of Mississippi State, a lot of Kentucky, a lot of Missouri. The schedule is going to balance
balance its way out
every other year.
And if we lose rivalries, we'll create new rivalries.
Yeah, but it is going to be hard. You're going to make probably every fan base mad on one of your selections.
Well, but I mean,
like almost everybody's got 2 automatics except Kentucky.
Just in this exercise, if I'm Mississippi State, what I'm hearing is I'm not getting Alabama every year. I'm not getting Texas every year. I'm not getting Oklahoma every year. What am I getting every year?
I'm getting Ole Miss every year.
No, I'm getting Ole Miss, but am I getting LSU at least?
Yeah. And Ole Miss.
I mean, I got to sell tickets too, man.
That's right. But see, okay, so I've got a crappy permanent schedule, but then the other 6 that are coming in every other year are going to be great games.
Yeah.
Every other year, I've got Oklahoma, Texas, Alabama, Auburn, LSU. I mean, A&M, they're all rolling in. But the thing, I mean, Alabama, Texas A&M has been a fun rivalry since 2012. But we don't even consider that being a permanent rival now.
No.
As we go to the 3,
No.
right?
No, but this is really hard. I'm with Lance. If I'm the guy at the SEC having to put this together,
I wouldn't want to do it.
I would not want to do it.
I challenge you to do it yourself at home and try to come up with a perfect scenario. You end up making a lot of people mad. But Kentucky and Mississippi State were the 2. I mean, Vandy, too.
Yeah.
I mean, it's hard to come up with rivals for them.
I'll just speak on Alabama's part because David writes this. Alabama and LSU is not a rivalry. It only means something because of Saban. Alabama owns LSU. But you also look at, I think there are 2 places Alabama fans love going, Baton Rouge and Knoxville.
That's right.
And there is still something important about, I know it's all about television now, something important about the game day experience for the fans.
Yeah, and they love going to Baton Rouge and Knoxville, and you're going to lose one of those in this exercise we just did, and probably in your exercise you do here.
Yeah, but keep in mind, for 16 years now, one of the most watched games every year has been Alabama-LSU.
Absolutely it has.
Right,
it has been ratings gold for CBS.
So for a generation of football recruits and football players who are going to play college football, Alabama-LSU has been as big of a marquee game as Ohio State, Michigan, and Oklahoma, Texas.
But 2 decades ago, it was Tennessee, Florida.
It was.
So that 100%. Shows you how quick it can change because Tennessee, 100%. Florida can barely get on CBS anymore.
That's exactly right. All right, LT's got 4 downs on the other side. Part of the show today being brought to you by the great folks at the Pants Store. If you're on your way to a game this year and you want to look the absolute best for everyone around you in your section, start with the Pants Store. 5 great locations: Crestline, Leeds, Trussville, Tuscaloosa, and Huntsville. And if you're wondering why, somebody else's wives or girlfriends or daughters look like they're not wearing an extra large shirt from a sporting goods store, it's because they bought their clothes at the Pants Store, specifically designed for the female fan out there at the Pants Store. That's why your daughter and your wife and your girlfriends and all of them want to buy from the Pants Store. You can find them online, pantsstore.com, or check them out on social media. Sunglasses, Yeti accessories, game day hats, all the game day polos from Antigua, Taylor and Mick, Johnny O, Gentile. It's all 5 locations, pantsstore.com, Crestline, Leeds, Trussville, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, and coming soon to Hoover and Auburn.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter @RockstarBHM.
Banking is not just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. Brian Brown here for the next round. AmFirst was founded for members like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means service that grows and changes with the times to serve you better. Now every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. It's even customizable, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. America's first federal credit union is federally insured by the NCUA.
There's still time before the weather changes to do something new in 2022. Ocean City, Maryland, and our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residenceinnoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. It's time to do something different. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland.
What are you waiting for? It's non-stop gaming action at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play more than 900 of the latest and greatest games around, featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. You can wager and win on horse and greyhound races from all over the world. And try your luck on our popular sports parlay. There are more ways to win at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Birmingham Racecourse Casino, located off I-459, exit 31, Derby Parkway. Must be 21 or older.
There are so many things I love about Walk-Ons. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine, prepared fresh, daily from scratch. A great beer selection and TVs everywhere to watch the big game every day of the week. And of course, they've got 2 great locations on Highway 280 and 119 and at Hoover near the Hoover Met. Walk-Ons is also a great place for happy hour, 2 to 6 Monday through Friday with $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. And it's an easy take-home experience for the family as well. Highway 280 and Hoover with Walk-Ons.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting NextRound.store.
Your 24-hour home for the show is our website, nextroundlive.com. Easy links to the day's top stories in the morning rounds, plus the latest videos from the show, podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, The Mystery Fifth Hour, Last Call, and other shows from our Double Down Media podcast family. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or find easy-to-listen to hour-by-hour downloads from the Next Round Live show. And get the latest gear in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch. St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the next round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Back with you on the next round. I would wait until the next commercial break if I was you. Hang around. Yeah. Part of our show today being brought to you by Baumhauer's. They bring us the 40 and 40 countdown every day leading into the kickoff of the season. That is Wimp Sanderson on your screen right now, giving LT an autograph. I mean, all these years we've been together.
I know.
Wimp finally giving LT an autograph right
so
there.
We're going up? No, it's what it was. Okay.
Oh, well.
Love how I'm in the middle of this negotiation.
There's a good chance that right there, that was almost a chance to see Wimp's middle finger.
You
right
too,
there.
Wimp.
Love you.
We'll talk to Wimp tomorrow on the show in his normal time, coming up at 9:25 tomorrow. Baumhauer's brings us the 40 and 40 countdown, which we do to get from the middle of summer to kickoff, which is this Saturday of the college football season. Today we're at number 3, Georgia, and it's brought to you by the great folks at Baumhauer's.
Yeah, Bob Baumhauer celebrating 40 years in business. He's just done an incredible job with all of his locations, and he was the first to bring the delicious taste of wings to the state of Alabama back in 1981 to Wings and Things. Stop into one of those great locations. The Inflation Sucks menu, it's limited. Limited time saving money for you, but stop in, check that out. And don't forget about Dolphins. If you're down in the Mobile area, it's on the 34th floor. It is one of the best dining experiences I've ever been a part of.
Reading this autograph, it says, LT, one dumb bunny. Love, Wimp Sanderson.
Doesn't say that. It's got a dollar sign and a number behind it.
Zach says, LOL, love Wimp. Who would have ever thought the in-studio show would become wilder than the Floribama show?
No.
Yeah, it's crazy. All right, today in our Baumhauer's 40 and 40, number 3, the Georgia Bulldogs, defending national champs. Biggest question for you on Georgia is?
Well, the biggest question for me is you lose 8 starters off that defense. 15 players overall to the NFL draft, and we've seen it with Alabama. They're able to restock and keep moving. Will Georgia be able to do that? Because that was a generational defense. They gave up, it was a really good defense in 20, where they gave up 20 points per game, but last year they gave up 10 points per game. Today's college football, you can't give up 10 points per game. That was insane what they did.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think they're going to be able to replicate that, but they're not going to have to either. I mean, you look at this schedule, and how many times are they going to need it to be 10 points a game to win the game? None is the answer to that, right? I mean, they're going to be able to score some points on the teams they're playing. But Lance is right. It's a generational defense, but even if it goes up to 17 a game, they're fine.
Remember 2014 Florida State after 2013 Florida State? That team still made the playoffs, but was nothing like 2013 Florida State.
They looked like it during the season, though.
And then they got there and they got whipped.
Yeah.
I get the feeling this is what we're going to see with Georgia. They could be in that playoff at the end, not as good of a football team. Kirby can talk all he wants about still hungry, still motivated. When you go through it, that's why we don't see repeat champions. It's the best asset Nick Saban has had at Alabama is to still reload, rekindle that fire for a group of people. Kirby's got to do it now.
Yeah, Kirby's got to do it. I mean, it is a different spot this program's in, this fan base, different expectation now. And Stetson Bennett, the quarterback that really never, got the credit he probably deserved. I don't know how much better he'll be. He's a guy that
for 3 quarters, he was costing them the national championship game.
But now we brought up Eric Gilbert's going to be on the field with him. Darnell Washington, Brock Bowers, they have by far the best collection of tight ends out there. The offensive line is probably the second or third best unit in this conference. They always can run the football effectively. And again, the defense won't give up 10 points per game, but the defense is still going to be one of the better defenses in college football. The schedule, they're going to be favored in all 12 games. I think they dropped one along the way. I think they're 11-1. Is 11-1 getting to the SEC championship game and losing enough to get you in? Probably not.
Probably not. Depends on what everybody else does. But 12-0
Yep,
and
no
losing
doubt.
in there. And I think they're 12-0 losing to Alabama and gets in. That's number 3, Georgia. And our Baumhauers 40-40 today.
Again, celebrating 40 years in the Alabama area. Go support Bob Baumhauer and his great product for lunch or dinner. Again, the first to bring the delicious taste of wings to the state of Alabama in 1981. Get in today, Baumhauer's Victory Grill.
3 things in the chat room. First, Superior Thruster. Was that the ghost of Christmas past?
No, it was Wimp.
Hilarious.
Yes.
Number 2. Carey, Alabama exposed that defense with their worst offensive line since 2007.
That is true.
At the SEC championship game and at times in the national championship game, that is true.
That is true.
Steven, would you take Stetson Bennett or Greg McElroy? Greg McElroy all day long.
I would take 2010 Greg McElroy for sure.
Yeah,
He's better than anything I've seen of Stetson Bennett.
Yeah.
I'd take 2009 Greg McElroy.
I don't know about that
close,
now.
Close.
That's way
They're very
closer.
comparable quarterbacks.
Yeah.
Okay, I could pull up some tape for you if you want to go check out Greg McElroy on the drive at Auburn or in the SEC championship game against Tebow from 2009.
Money moments, no doubt.
Yep.
Yeah.
And here's the difference. Stetson will never take an NFL snap.
He will not, and Greg started a game.
He did for the Jets, so it's asterisk, but he did start a game.
They're one of 32.
They
They have not been relegated yet down to the USFL.
Yeah.
All right, we do 4 downs every day as well. It's brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires. Great locations all over town, and a 5th location in Pell City. Shout out Pell City.
Yes, look, Vulcan Tire and Automotive, locally owned and operated. Take your car by there, get a look at the brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more. They can do it bumper to bumper for you and your family. For more information, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
First down.
Speaking of Stetson Bennett, more total touchdowns this year, Stetson Bennett or Marcus Mariota with the Atlanta Falcons?
I really liked how Mariota looked last night, but they're going to be in a lot of games where they've got a significant roster difference. I think I'll go Stetson Bennett. Mariota's going to run in more maybe than Stetson.
I'm going to take Stetson Bennett, but here's the scenario. First off, I wish Georgia had the schedule where Kirby would have to pull a Dabo Swinney here and have to make a decision between a struggling Stetson Bennett and your quarterback of the future. But even with this week's schedule, what will happen is the future is Vandergriff and Beck at Georgia. And you got to keep those guys happy. So when games in hand or still working them in with the ones, I think you'll see a lot more of Vandergriff and Beck. I'm not sure Mariota lasts long-term at quarterback. Is the only reason I'm going with Stetson Bennett. But I think his touchdowns are down because of more playing time for Vandergriff and Beck.
Well, he had 30 total touchdowns last year for Georgia. I would agree with you. I'm going to go Stetson just because Mariota, I don't know if he's going to stay healthy for a full 17. I don't know if Ritter ultimately comes in.
Yep. That's moving on to the next quarterback. And by the way, there's a deadline for Jimmy G coming soon. If he's going to go to Cleveland or anywhere else, it's got to happen here pretty quickly.
Second down.
More regular season wins, Georgia or the Buffalo Bills?
I think I'll take the Bills at 12. 12-5.
I would take a tie, both of them at 12.
So you think Georgia's going on? Well, we've got a stake on that.
Yeah, but I think Georgia's going unbeaten. But if I had to choose, you wouldn't let me tie. I would take the Bills at 13.
13 and 4.
13 and 4.
13 and 4. I could see 14 and 3. Boy, I wanted that Bills team.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a good play. I mean, they're going to win a lot of football games.
Yeah. So I would take the Bills if I have to take one. Georgia losing one, 12 seems easy. 12 and 5, 13 and 4 is within reach with that team.
Yeah.
Did you see the AP writer yesterday pointing out he's been at Bills practice and all they do is play songs by male artists, no female artists?
I don't think we should support the Bills anymore.
No, I do think they should have to forfeit some games for that, personally.
Yeah.
Somebody really brought that up.
Yeah, as an Associated Press writer. I'll find his name.
Third down.
Moving forward.
I love female artists, but when I'm playing golf and I've got my golf playlist going and it's some 90s country music, I skip the female artists usually because I didn't like the country music artist of the 90s.
Yeah.
Not a big Faith Hill person.
Yeah, John Warrow, Wawrow, covers Buffalo-based Associated Press sports writer. The tweet was basically what I said, that I have been to Bills practice, and one observation is they only play male artists, no female artists.
Wow.
I don't know what that matters. But I think Goodell should step in here.
I mean,
they should
he probably should. No, they probably should suspend Sean McDermott.
I would agree.
Find out what weeks they played in Miami. They should have to forfeit weeks 4 and 12.
That's right.
Oh, week 1 at least against the Rams.
Yes. And I do not know how you let Josh Allen continue to play in the league.
Moving forward, more national championships. Kirby Smart, Dabo Swinney.
In the end. Counting the ones they have.
No, I'm talking about moving forward.
Moving forward. Yeah. Well, I mean, it's 2-1, so in the end, I'm going to go Kirby Smart.
I think I probably will, too.
I don't think, though I will tell you after SEC Media Days, with what Kirby was telling us on air about, just his feelings, he actually, didn't think about retiring like that story said, but, you saw a guy who really started to think about, am I really going to do this when I'm 60 or 70?
Yeah.
A lot of money.
But I still would go Kirby.
A lot of money. 10 a year.
I think I would go Dabo. Just because I've seen Dabo win multiple. And again, it's going to be so difficult once this league expands for Georgia to consistently get to a championship game.
Do you think for Dabo, it is more difficult for him to get to that first national championship or now get back to another one? What's the more difficult climb?
Back to another one.
I think it's
so
back
too.
to another one.
I agree.
Yeah.
Because that sounds crazy.
They're not recruiting at the same level.
They're not.
As Georgia and Ohio State and Alabama, Texas A&M now. Mm-hmm. So if you're all of a sudden you were there and now you're still recruiting good, but you're going back with less players.
And there was a minute where you could say, hey, listen, there are 3 schools I trust to get quarterback right every time. Alabama, Ohio State, Oklahoma, Clemson.
That's right.
And I don't know about Oklahoma. We'll see with Dylan Gabriel. I kind of like it, but with Clemson, it's still it's a question mark right now.
Yeah. And Georgia's there. And you talk about Georgia's path once the SEC expands. What if Clemson ends up in the SEC?
Yeah, I really don't know who's going to be better this year, Georgia or Clemson.
I don't either.
Yeah, I mean, losing 15 players to the NFL.
Smuff says, here's your one chance, Fancy, don't let me decleated. Could you imagine if Fancy's played it?
As long as it's male, it's fine.
Fourth down.
Kobe Bryant would have been 44 today. Such a sad story. I still just think about that all the time. If I asked you guys your best Kobe Bryant moment, I know you're not Lakers fans.
Oh, my favorite.
We've got Kobe Bryant on one of the walls here at Double Down Media.
Zero doubt my favorite Kobe Bryant moment of all time is when he's on Jimmy Kimmel, and Kimmel is showing him the post-game interview of all the Lakers guys celebrating. What did they celebrate? Like some random win over the Timberwolves?
It was Swaggy P and
Kimmel can't even finish the sentence. He's like, I could only think of you when I was watching this, and Kobe is so pissed. I loved it.
Yeah, that was awesome.
Ultimate competitor.
Tomorrow is Kobe Day in L.A., says Smuff.
How about that?
Seems like it should be today, but I understand. I watched a lot of Kobe games, obviously, but there was something about that last game.
The last game was incredible.
That he went out there and he did that and put on a show, and family was there, walked off as a winner. I loved the last game.
Yeah, I mean, the drop the mic moment for Kobe in that last game. And basically, at his age, to be able to do what he did that night, it was just so special. Everything he threw up went in. I go back 2006 when he scored the 81. I unfortunately didn't get to see the game. We were at a one-on-one sports conference in Scottsdale. And I remember young Reed was texting me. He's like, Kobe is going off. Like, he's scoring every trip down the court. I mean, 81 points in an NBA game, and today's game is crazy.
That is insane. And that is 4 Downs, brought to you by Vulcan Tires.
Yeah, again, 4 great locations, soon to be a 5th location in Pell City. Locally owned and operated, just great guys. Anything you need, brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more, they can handle. For more information, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Okay, think about all of Nick Saban's wins at Alabama, all of them. AL.com put together a list of the 10 ugliest wins in Alabama history.
Oh, I know the one. I got it.
Who's number 1? Is it Rocky Block? Is Rocky Block on the list? Is it the win over South Carolina when Mark Ingram was replaced Greg McElroy and basically did the old Wildcat the entire second half of the game? Was it last year's Iron Bowl? We'll tell you what AL.com said was number 1 next.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter @ScottForresterTV.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Conquer whatever summertime activities you want to take part in, all while wearing the perfect shoes. Our fit specialists take precise measurements of your feet and analyze how you walk and run so that your shoes fit perfectly. And we haven't forgotten about the kids either. We'll get them equipped for summer camp or whatever adventures they take on. Stop by the New Balance Birmingham store today, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. New Balance Birmingham. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today.
Unexpected expenses are every homeowner's nightmare. The longer you wait, the more the expense. That's why if you have water, fire, or mold damage to your home or business, you should call DryTech immediately. The quicker you call, the more you save. DryTech's professionals are accustomed to dealing with these situations and can guide you toward the quickest and most efficient solution to your problem. DryTech also offers 24/7 emergency services, so let DryTech prevent a minor problem from becoming a major one. Call DryTech 205-637-0143 or go online to mydrytech.com.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
The Next Round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
You hear a lot of interesting phrases while playing golf, like, "I think you're on the beach," or the classic, "You gotta hit it, Alice." One word you're sure to hear right now at Bentbrook Golf Club is wow. Brand new carts with complimentary GPS and the bent grass greens are so consistent you just might drain a few more putts, Alice. Tee it up and find out for yourself. Book around today at bentbrook.com or call 428-1999. It's better at Bentbrook.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
The Iron Bowl.
Jordan Hare Stadium behind us that saw a classic Iron Bowl, 24-22. The Crimson Tide holds on and wins in overtime.
The SEC Championship.
It is the SEC Road Show Saturday morning in Atlanta.
The College Football Playoff.
It's our Cotton Bowl special from Dallas, Texas. We are live now.
The National Championship.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown with you up here in Indianapolis. We're at the Playoff Fans Central.
The Next Round. You'll find us where the big games are played.
Okay, lock of the day every day. Lance sends it out. Lance'sLock.com. He sends it out from @TheLanceTaylor. Says it live on the show sometimes.
I've got it.
You got it today?
Yeah.
Lance'sLock.com for all of his plays, where he's been 1,101 and 10
over the last 100 years or something like that. It's an amazing number.
Now, every time we give out like a really good number, I lose, and I was 0-2 yesterday, so we've got to bounce back. Again, it has been a great run this summer. We've only got one play tonight. It's a free play for you. It's going to be the Rangers. They're catching 105, 106 right now. Rangers at Rockies, 7:40 first pitch, but the Rangers, the only play we've got up tonight.
That's the lock of the day. It's brought to you by our great folks at Hemphill. I now get to read with a flashing red glow around my edges there. It's our friends at Hemphill. Hemphill Sports. I know. I just looked up like an idiot when he did it. I went,
oh, you looked into the lights?
I did. When something's not running right, flowing right, or draining right, or flushing right, our friends at Hemphill can take care of it. For all your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, Adam and Chad's made this into a company we trust. They fix it right, and they fix it the first time at a fair price. You can't beat that. Birmingham's trusted Hemphill, that name, since 1954. You can call them up, 205-229-2090, 229-2090, or just remember the name Hemphill. Brown.
We're one thumbs up away from 200, so somebody go hit the old thumbs up there on YouTube. If you're just lurking, watching, and haven't hit a thumbs up yet, go hit that thumbs up and get us over 200 today.
I meant to do that early on.
That's quite all right.
That's the second half of the show. Okay, ugliest win in Nick Saban's time in Tuscaloosa, in your opinion. You go first.
Man, it was one of two. Again, I went to Pepito's to watch Terrence Cody block the field goal against Tennessee. I had a big crew in town. I was just ready to get out of there.
That was an ugly win.
Yeah.
I think last year against Auburn was an ugly
it was a
win.
Pretty ugly win, but you can at least flush that as on the road against your arch rival. I mean, you can at least stomach that one, but yeah, it was not beautiful for
that. Was number one by AL.com. Last year's Iron Bowl win. 10-0 in the fourth quarter.
Yeah. I mean, where did that offense go?
Well, it went to the locker room when Jamison Williams got tossed early for that targeting.
And all the sacks in that game.
Yeah, and they could not protect Bryce Young. I was going to say an under-the-radar one is 2014 at Arkansas. Do you guys remember that game?
Blake just hit that one with you.
Yeah, that Bama-Arkansas game, 2014. I think it was 14-13.
Well, I thought it was 14-13 was the final score. Or
yeah,
no, so Alabama's... Was 14-13 the final score?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, it was something like that.
Yeah.
And that was, if it wasn't for Amari Cooper, Alabama wouldn't have scored.
And Arkansas fumbles going into the end zone early, and it goes through the end zone and gives Alabama a touchback, and it turned out, I mean, that's a hugely significant play. Yeah, just an ugly, ugly football game. Yeah. And I think Saban had a all-time rant after that one, and Alabama turned it around after that.
The Clemson game was pretty bad, too.
The one in the Sugar Bowl, the semifinal game?
No, when Clemson you're talking about Alabama's win.
Yeah, that was an ugly loss.
Yeah,
no, it was an ugly loss.
No, the one against Kelly Bryant was an ugly win.
Yeah, it was an ugly win. That's the game. We were doing a show in New Orleans the next day, and people were calling to change quarterbacks after winning a semifinal game.
Yeah. And by the
ultimately, they did. By the way, change quarterbacks.
Ultimately, the fans knew what to do.
They were right.
Yeah, would have taken away 2nd and 26 probably. Others that popped to mind for me, Georgia Southern, the you-know-what through a 10-horn game. The South Carolina game where you had to put Mark Ingram in the Wildcat. The Rocky Block game was one. There's been a handful of games. There were several last year. The LSU game last year was an ugly, ugly win. But they're wins, right? They're wins. All right, full list at AL.com if you'd like to check that out. Thank you for being part of the show. Again, if you're with us ever on YouTube, every day hit that thumbs up. That helps us out. Remember to like and subscribe everywhere, including YouTube, all of our social media platforms. We're back tomorrow live again at 9 Central. The replay starts again in a second. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.